Hello, everyone, and welcome. Hey there. How's everybody doing tonight? Let's get on in here. How are y'all doing? It's so nice to see this new model now on the face of everything. Oh my god, she's just so fun to play with. You don't even know. But hi. Oh, hi there, Ralph. How you doing? I hope you caught up on last night. My YouTube video is stuck in processing hell at the moment, which I'm sorry about. So you'll have to probably catch up from the Twitch VOD. I hope you did, if you wanted to. But you only missed about an hour, and you could probably make a guess at what happened in that hour. But how are you doing? I know you purchased the game yourself. You showed that off on the Discord earlier. You were expecting me to stream. You were not expecting me to stream last night. No, I did a little bit of a stream last night, about an hour of it. There wasn't a whole lot that you haven't seen. So, and like I said, I think you'll be able to predict what it was that happened in that 1 hour. Or at least most of it. So it's up to your discretion. But yeah, I'm grateful that you're joining the stream today, even though you missed a little bit last night. You should be able to catch up to the story pretty quickly. Thankfully, there weren't too many changes. I hope everything is going well, though. And you've been enjoying yourself tonight. I was just over on Captain Beezy and John Cadagon's streams again. They're doing some Palace of the Dead together. And we went and did 50 to 100. And it went pretty well. I mean, people have very low Aether Pool, but it wasn't impossible with low Aether Pool, you know? A little more difficult than you would expect, but nothing too bad. You just have to be a little bit careful. Pretty fast? Yeah, well, with low Aether Pool, it's not very fast. But we did a 4-man party, which, four-man is a lot faster than the alternative, right? So, yeah, I was playing Sage. Actually worked out very well being the only 99/99 person, and also being the healer. So, they were in pretty good hands for most of the time. So it wasn't going to be too catastrophic if we messed up, thankfully. But it was quite fun. And I can give quick shout outs to their stream as well, to their streams. Let's throw one in here for John. And one in for Captain. Yeah, to go in with a proper light part. Yeah, we went over the 4-man. The 4-man makes it so much easier. And by the end of Palace of the Dead, 4-man is very critical. It becomes extremely hard to do without a 4-man party. Only took 2 to 3 hours? Yeah. It took us 3 hours, it looks like, based off what time it is here. We got started around 6. I'm just drinking my tea. My tea is hiding right behind my microphone so that the cardioid pattern doesn't pick it up. What's your favorite type of tea there, Ralph? I want to hear it. Because I'm currently drinking a vanilla chamomile. I just want to, lubricate up the throat and everything, get ready for a rather extended talking stream. But yeah, I went and did that a little bit earlier. Oh, sweet. Yeah, you told me sweet tea. I mean, you can solo it just fine. There's nothing wrong with soloing floor 100. It's just, it's not easy. It's non-trivial, you know? So, I mean, and plus we were all in together, like a little stream thing, you know? Why go in solo when you have so many people in the stream that are willing to come and join you, you know? Don't make no sense. So, yeah, we had some fun with that earlier. Um, and that's about all I've done today in particular. How have you been, Lana? What's been going on with you? Yeah, just drinking my tea, getting ready for a big old talking session. I'm kind of sitting back and relaxing here. I hope that there's no issues with the model again, and I'm still working out her, kinkiness a little bit. Oh, by the way, we got something like 15 horrors, by the way. Walked away with like 15 horrors today, so I'd call that successful. Lots and lots of accursed whores. Yokai farming. Raiden 30, no problem. I'm happy to see you here regardless. Once again, if there are any problems with the model, you just go ahead and tell me, okay? And I'll work on them after stream. But I think things are looking pretty fine now. I was doing some more tweaks last night even, but I think it's good. And I bet you want me to turn the physics up, don't you? But I'll actually... So, each individual part has its own physics. I'll just pull back the curtain a little bit here. Each individual part of the model has its own physics. So the brows have physics, the mouth has physics, everything. But even the eyes have physics. So, previously, when I first got the model, when I open and close my eyes, the pupils would actually, like, bounce back into place. So that was the only adjustment that I actually made to the model physics proper, was, like, making sure that the pupils didn't, like, bounce around all weird. And, like, the irises, too, would condense and, like, squish, like, little balls, and that's not right. So all I really did for the physics engine is go in and fix that. And, like, she did such a good job with making the ears bouncy, too. Like, see, every time I blink like that, so I'm very, very, very happy with the results. I guess, the only complaint I have sometimes is that my lips aren't completely closed when my mouth is closed sometimes. And it kind of looks a little bit weird in the model, and I'm, like, trying to figure out the best way to get about that, you know? So that's a calibration end thing. As it has nothing to do with her work on the model. So hopefully she'll start working on my second commission here soon, which is just some emotes, and should be good. But yeah, what do you want to get into game now? I think it's about time. So...
Ugh, it's about time. I was getting...
SMHing my head, Miho. Alright, so... there was a bit of a time skip, about a couple of weeks, I think, and Aspen started teaching Miho how to read. Miho picked up a job with Juliet here in the library, and we got a little bit more insight into Tommy's parents and what they want to do with one another, but we only played for about an hour yesterday, so it wasn't a huge amount of story. So now it's about 2 weeks later, and we're coming back in the evening after Miho's shift in the library. Only an hour or two later, I look up from my work to see Juliet running her errands. Folding up her parasol, she soon joins me at the front desk again.
Hello again, Miho. I tried to hurry back so you'd have plenty of time at the museum. You can go ahead and head off. I can handle the library for the rest of the day.
Oh yeah, we have a museum date too. I forgot about that. So Aspen invited us to a museum, and Miho knows that there's a section of it that is about, like, Korean works. It was like, maybe I'll find info about my person if I go to the Korean exhibit.
Cool, thanks. I tried to clean up and do as much as I could before you got back.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Enjoy yourself. You'll have to tell me all about it when you get back.
Will do.
I put away my study materials in my room, and then with a big thumbs up to Juliet, leave the library.
again.
Since I've been spending so much time inside since I started working, my walks and time outside are more refreshing than they used to be. The birds singing sound prettier. The scent of food wafting up from town smells tastier. And I'll bet even the grass would feel softer if I was in my fox form to feel it. It's been a long time since I've transformed, now that I think about it. I need to stay focused for today, though. With the museum as the only thing on my mind, I pick up my pace as I walk into Wellington, heading along the now familiar streets. I pass by the Bell House and glance inside, but I don't see Aspen. She mentioned she'd be working late today, so she must be in the back, or maybe on break. I follow the directions she gave me yesterday until I reach the building that has to be my destination. It's big, with parts that go off in all different directions. Near the front there are two sections flanking the entrance. One is round and tan, while the other is made of some darker stone that looks more blocky. Yeah, I see it. Little wacky architecture stuff that you see in like every museum. Or does she mean this? Maybe this, actually. It's a bit intimidating, but seeing a few people heading in and out is reassuring. Taking a breath to steady myself, I stride on up. The entrance has a huge glass ceiling, with glass doors that slide open when I approach them. I don't even have to pay or sneak in.
Whoa.
There's a Miho Pog for you. The moment I step inside, I can safely say that I've never been in a place like this before. It looks big from the outside, but from the inside it's huge.
How am I gonna find the crane exhibit?
I don't even know where to look first. Different paths lead to different types of displays, and I can see floors and elevators going all the way to the top. A family walks by me, following a big arrow that points deeper into the building. Without any better ideas, I decide to take the same route. I'm sure I could ask somebody where the exhibit is, but I'll look around on my phone first. If I can't find it for a while, then I'll ask for help. I start to wander about once inside, looking for anything that I might recognize from Korea. To my surprise, there's plenty of other exhibits that also end up catching my eye. In one section, a variety of sea life, fish, turtles, and others, hang from wires above everything else. They look so lifelike that I think they're real animals at first, but after staring closely, I can see that they're just models. I was gonna say aquarium bait. Another part of the museum is filled with skeletons of what look like giant monsters. I can't even imagine what kind of creatures they once were, maybe dragons? Spotting a panel with some illustrations, I flip over for a quick look. They aren't dragons, but they look awfully close. I've only seen a dragon once or twice in my life, but I've never seen one of these. Other sections are dedicated to human and fabled civilizations. There are recreations of old human houses, as well as diagrams showing fairy homes and werewolf dens, plus plenty of others. A tour guide talks to a small group as I walk around, explaining this and that. I go slower through this part, feeling a little nostalgic. I even recognize some of the human technology and knickknacks from long ago. I had no idea they were old enough to be part of a museum now. There's even a big memorial to war showing humans and fabled fighting against one another. At the front is a painting of when the peace treaty was signed, which was the start of humanity and the fabled coexist. Okay, so that adds a lot to our understanding of this. So when I guess when she said cyclops and stuff and mermaids, she wasn't just describing people that looked a certain way. She was describing that they actually existed, and it seems like they like cohabitate now. At least that's what I pick up from that. I was around back then, but I stayed out of it. Just like I stayed out of most things. Honestly, history doesn't interest me too much, but I'm sure Juliet would love to see this. I'm sure she already has at some point. Just when I'm thinking about giving up and asking for help, I finally find what I'm looking for. A large banner with some text that I recognize as Hangul. Korean writing system is hanging over a number of display cases and tabletop exhibits. I hurry over to get a closer look. It's quieter up here than it was on some of the lower floors. I'm able to take my time browsing without feeling like I'm getting in anyone's way. At the same time, my heart starts to beat faster with anticipation. I may not know what I'm searching for, but I'm sure I'll know when I see it. I start at the entrance and slowly make my way through. The first section is full of pottery and carvings, like from the brochure Aspen gave me. There are little animals and people carved out of stone, and even a few made of metal. A number of clay pots and vases sit on pedestals right next to them. Most are cracked or damaged, but some look as good as new. Moving on to the next part, there are a few intricate-looking outfits adorning mannequins. Some are just pants and a jacket, but most are vividly colored dresses that hang to the floor. I can almost feel the delicate silk in my hands. If I was still a thief, I bet these would sell for a lot. After the clothes are paintings, tigers and birds are so common subjects, but so are people in cities too. Others feature gorgeous landscapes and flowers. I've never been a big fan of art, but somehow these are different. Looking at them doesn't make me feel sad, but it does make me feel something. Like I'm wanting something I can't have. Suddenly it comes to me. A feeling I've heard about, but that I don't think I've experienced before. Homesickness. A painting of a green forest could be the one where I was born. I've passed through towns that looked like those in the paintings, and hid from humans who looked like the ones shown inside them. Not all the memories are good ones, but they're mine. There's not much that I can relate to nowadays in terms of people or places. I have friends now, sure, but I don't have that much in common with them. That's never mattered before. But now, I wish I could reach out and touch the paintings before me, just to feel something from the same era as me. Of course, they're behind ropes, which keep me well back. I reluctantly start to move on again. Just as I do, a certain painting catches my eye. It's small and displayed out of the way in the corner, as if no one thought it was that important. The edges are jagged and torn, but the crucial part is still there. On one side, there's a fox surrounded by trees and leaves. Its fur is a different color than mine, but it's still clearly a fox. Just across from it is a human-like figure. She's dressed in an outfit similar to the ones I was just admiring. But that's not what stands out most to me. On her head are 2 pointy ears, and several long, bushy tails peek out from the bottom of her dress. When I look at the fox again, I notice that it has more than one tail. I breathe in deeply, as if I could inhale the scent of the forest just from this work. Another Gumiho? I take in all the details I can. She's smiling, but sharp fang makes her smile look sinister. The hand at her side has long claws instead of regular fingernails, claws that are clearly meant for ripping. Whether she's looking and smiling at is missing, being part of the torn section. A pair of boots on the ground surrounded by the edge of what must be a pool of blood. Only then do I notice the blood around her lips and on the ground beneath her claws. And then, the unmistakable bone-white bead hanging from a string around her neck. It's glowing like the moon. I instinctively raise my hand to my neck, feeling my own bead. It's reassuringly warm to the touch. Somehow I get the feeling that the one in the painting would be ice cold. This portrait of a Gumiho leaves me conflicted. There's the same longing I felt looking at the painting of the forest, but those claws and the blood, those feel foreign and detached. Is this how most people view Gumiho? It could explain the fear and terror that seemed to follow me wherever I went when I was younger. The curses and threats from farmers and townsfolk whenever they saw me. It wasn't until after the war, when the fabled became more common in human lands, that I felt comfortable without my ears and tail hidden. Even then, I'd sometimes get dirty looks just for existing. The threats were usually reserved for when I got caught stealing. Still, I've never been like the Kumio in the painting. Stealing is one thing, but hurting someone? That just isn't me. I wish I'd been able to explain that to them. I wonder how different my life would have been. I tear my eyes away from the painting, but I know I'll be thinking about it for a long time to come. There's no point dwelling on what could have been. I pass through the rest of the Korean exhibit quickly, barely glancing at artifacts I haven't seen yet. It isn't until I've nearly left the gallery that I see something that makes me pause again. In a small and unremarkable display case among many others, there are a number of delicate scrolls, On each one, a few old-style Korean characters are written. I don't think they're Hangul, but I don't know what they're called. They do look familiar, though. I left my own scroll back at home for safekeeping, but I don't need it with me to compare. The sweep of the brushstrokes, the shapes of the characters, the shade of the ink. Closing my eyes and breathing in deeply, I swear I can smell them. My person. I press my hand against the glass. This is the closest I've been in hundreds of years. After centuries of looking, I finally...
Hey, no touching!
I leap backwards as someone shouts. I look around to see a woman wearing a badge and museum t-shirt stalking towards me angrily. The instincts I thought I'd buried kick in. It's time to run. Backing up, I look around for a getaway route, but there isn't one. I'm surrounded on almost all sides by cases. The only open direction is the one the attendant is approaching from. Think, Mio, think. There has to be a way out of this. Can I jump over the displays? No, they're way too tall. Maybe if I transformed, I could get past the attendant. I have no idea how to navigate this building, though, and being a fox would attract way too much attention in a place like this. If I wait for them to get close, then I could probably run right past them like a security guard when I first entered in Wellington. Heart racing, my panic must show on my face because they stop a couple meters away from me, frowning.
Hey, it's not that big a deal. Just please keep your hands off in the future.
With a shrug, they turn around, leaving me alone. That's it. My hands are shaking as I watch them retreat, expecting them to snap around and come after me. Of course, that doesn't happen, and I'm very slowly able to relax. All I'm left feeling afterwards is a lot of embarrassment. Nobody around me. I'm glad that there aren't many people in this area. Nobody's looking at me either, whether out of politeness or because they just didn't notice. My face is burning red, and I look down at the scrolls again just to hide it. I sigh. Maybe it was silly of me to think that I could change myself entirely in such a short time, considering I'd just been remembering the old days and all the abuse that I went through from humans. It makes some sense. Grab some tea real quick, don't mind me. And yeah, Ralph, we're starting off with a little bit of a kicker here. But it's sad to hear that hear how they were generalized. And it kind of sheds a little bit more light on her and why she's so fidgety, why she's so jumpy, and probably why she has to steal, because there's no way else to get, like, charity from humans around her. After I settle myself down a little, I turn my attention back to what's really important. While I know that these scrolls have to be from my person, they don't help me so much on their own. There's a little card in one corner of the case, covered in text. It might have something useful written on it, but that doesn't do me any good. I consider trying to copy it all down to have Aspen or Juliet read to me later, but there's so many words that I'm not sure I could get them all. I go, looking over at the museum attendant who I was so scared of just a moment ago. I do have one option. Summoning all my courage, I approach them slowly. They're just a regular person, I remind myself, like Aspen or Juliet, or even like me now, just doing their job.
Excuse me?
I hope that's polite enough. She looks over to me. Her face doesn't look annoyed, more bored.
Can I help you? I'm sorry for touching the glass. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about those papers, like who wrote them. Like I said, it's no big deal. It's just a safety precaution so nothing gets damaged. Anyway, there's an informational plaque in the corner. It should have all those details.
They even believe me if I said I can't read? I worry that might make me even more suspicious.
Can't see very well, and the words are so small. Can you read it for me? Oh, sure. Let's see.
That was almost too easy. They don't question or analyze me at all, simply walking over and leaning in next to me.
Says here these were some of the first works by a calligrapher whose name was Zhong-Ying in the 17th century. They were a scholar who lived in Korea and...
Is this a real person? Because I could probably look that up. The attendant keeps reading, but I'm not listening. I've already got what I came for. A name. Zhong-Yin. For the first time, I have something to call them. Something that's unmistakably theirs. I pretend to listen to what's being read out loud and thank the person on autopilot when they're done. My head's not here in the present moment. It's back in the forest where I was born.
Zhong-Yin.
Zhong-Yin. Once they've walked away, I say it out loud, trying out how it sounds. I think it fits them.
Zhong-Yin. Zhong-Yin.
There's a subtlety here to how they're pronouncing the J, because it's a romanization, and it's very authentic. Yeah, Zhong-Yin. I say it over and over again, making sure I'll never forget. Finally, I have something to go on. Feeling a bit dazed from the enormity of the moment, I find my way downstairs and wander out of the museum. I can't wait to tell Juliet and Aspen. I'm so excited that I end up missing my turn to take me back to the library. Lost in my thoughts about what'll happen when I get there instead. I don't even realize that I was zoned out until I reached the edge of Mount Victoria, right where the city streets turned into parkland.
Oops. Good thing I can find my way back from here.
I'm still within the area that I've visited before, so I'll be able to use the mountain as a landmark to find my way back. I hum to myself as I turn back, head abuzz with pleasant thoughts. If I give Juliet my person's name, I'm sure she can help me track them down. That's what she specializes in, after all. I hate to say it, but that guy is 4 centuries old. And I'm sure Aspen will want to hear all about their life too. She loves stories, and I'm sure Zhong-Yin will have a ton. I'm not sure how they'll feel about seeing me again. I doubt they ever expected it to happen. They'll definitely be surprised that I'm not just the fox they met back then, but a person now. I have a feeling they'll at least be as glad as I am. Yeah, not truly. And most likely, that person is not alive anymore. But it may give her some closure to know, details about their life. I'm maybe halfway home before I realize that I'm not alone. The prickling sensation on the back of my neck is unmistakable. My instincts are telling me that someone else is nearby. I'm still near the mountain, but it's practically empty here. I can hear the sounds of other people in the distance, but they're all hidden by the trees and hills. I whip my head back and forth, but try as I might, I can't work out where they are. It's a strange and disconcerting feeling, given how easily I can pick up even the smallest animals. Then, from the corner of my eye, I spot a bush slightly shuffling. Just as I turn to take a proper look, the silver fox I saw the other day steps out of it.
Oh, it's just you.
And we need to get a silver fox redeem in chat and turn me silver. I start to bend down and reach out a hand like I would pet a dog, but hesitate. I know from experience that a fox wouldn't respond to that. I'm surprised she hasn't run away already. That's what I would have done. Alright, Lana, I'll see you later. I'm sure I'll still be streaming when you're back from Raid, so whenever you'd like. And if there's an issue, where's my stylus? So I can be a moderator. Well, if there's an issue, I can take care of it. Oh, there's my stylus. Why is it in a napkin somewhere? Yeah, I have my stylus, so I can cover chat, so don't worry about that. Silver Fox, yeah. What if we have a point redeem where I turned Venus' hair like white or something, I don't know. Or even better, a point redeem to make her transform into a fox, and by that I just mean give her a foxtail. She stares at me without the slightest movement, her eyes locked on mine. My heart jumps as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something is off. Then, without taking her eyes off of me, she starts to transform. I barely have time to be shocked as her arms and legs get longer and her fur retracts, head shrinking and changing into something more human-like. Uh-oh. We got Villain Fox here. Yes, you're banging me for a tail right now. Elena, are you gonna simp for the Villain Fox? My throat tightens and goes dry. My vision narrows and my ears start ringing in shock. It's as if all the world has fallen away except for me and her. The silver and black clothes she's wearing seem to shimmer in the moonlight, like the skin of a snake waiting to strike. Hanging loosely on her frame, the wrapped fabrics. Oh my fucking god, what's going on here? Hanging loosely on her frame, the wrapped fabrics around her body and face make her appear almost formless. Her only accessory is a bracelet around her wrist. It's a plain leather band, but a shining white bead is held in the middle by another loop of leather. I recognize that bead. I have one just like it. Well, almost like it. You just got your first automata of the day. Congratulations. Whereas mine is a duller milky color, hers is so bright that it almost hurts to look at. The soft blue glow around it reminds me of the full moon. It's almost like she stepped out of the painting I just saw at the museum. A shawl covers most of her face, but her hair and eyes are still visible. Those intense eyes. Her gaze reminds me of steel. While they're the same shape as mine, they are sharper, angrier, crueler. She haughtily tosses her long flowing hair back as she takes a step towards me. I skip back, keeping the distance between us. When I lived in the forest, I knew to flee when I met a predator stronger than I was. Better to get away alive than risk my life for pride. My survival instinct tells me this is one of those times. The other Gumio laughs. There's no humor in it. Sharp and hollow, it only makes me more uneasy.
So, the human pet still knows when to run. The human... what? Pet. I've been watching you for a while. Ever since you came to this place, actually.
She got a silky voice.
Watched you demean and domesticate yourself for the sake of humans. It's pathetic. When you first arrived, I was hopeful that we might be alike. Optimistic, even. I was a fool.
It's the same VA as... Oh my god. Also, welcome to the chat, IRG Pie. How you doing? I can kind of hear it, actually. This drops your register down to something nefarious and evil. Yeah, that is some talent there.
I see you now for what you are. Nothing better than a dog, begging for its master's affection and table scraps.
Yeah, I can hear the, like, the timbre of her voice in there. Like, underneath those tones.
We are not the same. We are nothing alike.
Her words hang in the air, poisoning my good mood from just moments ago. My first instinct is to run away as usual. Something stops me, though. I'm entranced. The novelty of this experience, of finally meeting another Gumio, keeps me rooted in place despite my fear. No matter what she's like, this is the closest I've ever been to someone like me. I swallow the lump in my throat and hope that my voice doesn't shake as much as I think it will.
So what? Did you ambush me just to say that? Ambush? You should have known weeks ago that I was following you. But I repeat myself. You've numbed yourself to your instincts and your potential. I saw you in that place of memories. Saw you gaze upon the portrait of one of our sisters. I hoped that you would open your eyes, as you haven't before.
She still looks a little bit clueless.
It pains me to see your existence do disservice to our very kind.
It was really coming out there.
Now that you have seen what you could and should be, perhaps you can still change yourself, dog. Sharpen your teeth and claws once more.
That's how I flirt with people.
These creatures that you bind yourself to, those human and those not, they are but shackles, slowly squeezing away at which is wild and free in you.
It's also what I say to flirt.
Do not mistake my words for sympathy or pity. I would see you gone from this place.
Why does she need to leave? Are they very territorial?
But so long as you remain, your presence is an eyesore. It pains me to witness. Thus, I will do what I must to cure it, as unpleasant a task as it may be. You will never be one of them, no matter how much you might crave it. Better to embrace what you are and can be. Anything else is a waste of your abilities.
She studies me for a moment longer and then turns away. I feel like I should say something, but I can't find the words. Whether from shock or fear, I'm too dazed to do so much as stammer out of denial. Her clothes melt away into silver fur, and she transforms back into a fox. I reach out to stop her, but she flits off and disappears into the darkness without a moment's hesitation. The world around me rushes back in, my skin suddenly feeling cold in the night air. The rush of emotions going through my head evaporates, and the adrenaline that was running through me ebbs away. I'm left standing there, alone. Closing my eyes, I muster the strength that I haven't tapped into in weeks. My bead warms itself as I transform, my body following the same motions as the other Gumios. I try to start chasing her, but my first steps and forelegs are shaky. I've grown unfamiliar with this form, almost stumbling over just trying to move. Maybe there's a bit of truth in what she said. I take a few steps towards some brush, but soon give up. Even if I caught up with her, what would I say? What would I do? I'd only make a fool of myself. There's a scent on the wind that I couldn't notice as a human, but is unmissable as a fox. I recognize it immediately, from a long time ago, on one of my first mornings here. When I first woke up from my den near the mountain and stepped outside and knew there was someone been there, it was her. She really was following me from the beginning. For a long moment, I watched the place where she disappeared. Then I transformed back. I don't really feel like a fox right now. I don't know what I'm feeling. Some of what she said is true. I haven't used any of my talents in a long time. My clumsiness when I'm in my fox form, my original body, is a reminder of that. But as for degrading myself for the sake of others, that doesn't feel true. I've spent my entire life living free, and for only myself. It's always been my choice to remain here, and to not be forgotten. So why do her words sting so much? If I was totally confident in my decision, then they shouldn't bother me, right? Maybe I've forgotten more of myself than I know. The painting at the museum and the other Gumio herself prove that there's something different about me. Something that must come easily to everyone else. The same way that all the aspects of daily life at home don't come easily to me either. I feel disconnected, torn between two worlds I barely know, but I can't help being drawn into. Where do I fit in? Where do I belong? I know what Juliet and Aspen would say, but does that make it true? Their home hasn't been my home for long. I've been a thief and a liar for so much longer than I've been whatever I am now. Without anything else to gain here, I slowly start to make my way back home again. The excitement I felt about telling Juliet and Aspen everything I found at the museum has vanished. It'll have to wait for another time. After a quiet walk through the empty streets to the library, I quietly slink inside, trying to keep Juliet from noticing. I just don't feel like talking right now. It seems to work. I can hear her bustling around somewhere, but she doesn't call out to me when I come in. Without a word, I ascend the stairs to my room as quickly and quietly as I can and climb under the covers. It's far too early to go to bed, but I don't know what else to do. If I'm awake, my thoughts will only be a bother. Better to sleep it off and hope that I feel better in the morning. It's a real mood, Mio. And yeah, wondering about how she's going to even bring that up to the two of them. And the fact that she might need protection from this other Gumio at some point. Let me get some tea for a second here. Don't mind me. Alright, tea acquired. Yesterday's events, both the good and bad, linger in my mind while I perform my usual routine of tossing and turning in the bed before I get up. Now that the shock's worn off, I feel a little better about what's happened. I wonder if I'd have forgotten all about the other Gumio by the end of the day. In fact, now that I think about it, it's possible I'd met other Gumio before and just forgot about them. Everyone forgets me, so maybe it works in reverse too. Rather than dwell on it, I choose to ignore it. There's no way to know. I just drive myself crazy wondering. Instead, I keep myself busy by making myself more presentable for work. Heading to the bathroom, I clean myself up using the soaps and shampoos given to me by Juliet. She's helped me so much ever since I started working here. Looking into the mirror for one final check before I head downstairs for breakfast, I can't help but think of what the other Gumio said. How I've domesticated myself. My spotless face looks back at me, framed by fluffy and pampered hair. I can't deny that I've let myself be spoiled by others, content to go along for the ride.
Snap out of it, Miho.
I lightly pat my face, like I've seen Aspen do sometimes when she's getting ready to start her own job. I'm not sure what it's supposed to accomplish, but it makes me feel a little bit more confident. There's, adding words in there somewhere. Yeah, Miho is so cute. Heading downstairs, I'm treated to the familiar scent of fresh cut fruit and frying eggs, as well as the pleasant sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting about books. Also, Ralph, you missed with your hearts there. When I enter the kitchen, I'm greeted with 2 smiles.
Morning, Miho. Good morning.
Good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon.
Cool.
I slide into my usual spot at the table and grab some apple slices, munching on those while waiting for the other 2 to get back to their conversation. Instead, both of them look at me expectantly.
So, how'd it go?
Aspen's a little bit worried about what she's gonna say.
The museum? Of course. What else?
Was everything all right? When I didn't hear from you last night, I
Yeah.
was fearing the worst.
Oh, nah. It was fine. They even had what I was looking for. There were some more scrolls by my person.
There's a loud clatter as Aspen drops her fork in surprise. Even Juliet's eyes go wide with genuine shock. See the little Juliet irises?
There were?
Now she's dilated again.
Are you sure it was them? Yep, definitely. I'd recognize that style anywhere. I learned a lot about them. Their name is Tonin, and they're a scholar. I don't know what they study, though. The museum person didn't say.
For a long moment there's silence, other than the sound of eggs sizzling in the pan. Both of my friends just stare at me, dumbstruck.
What are those looks for?
You seem awfully calm.
Yeah, I know why she's saying that, because Aspen's gonna say, well, they're probably dead by now. Have you not put 2 and 2 together?
I assumed you must not have found anything, or you'd have been back immediately.
Yeah, well, there was some other stuff that happened too. I'll tell you about it some other time.
They gotta make sure to tell it before you forget about it. It's tempting to tell them about the Gumio, if only because I know they'd reassure me about everything she said. But that's why I can't tell them. Not yet. In a way, I'd just be proving her right.
Well, alright.
We'll be here whenever you need us.
They're such supportive, quote-unquote friends.
Thanks. Is breakfast ready?
Sorry, they're roommates.
Yes, just now. Here you go.
Juliet fills our plates and takes her seat, and we all dig in. It's a quieter meal than usual, with only the sounds of chewing and silverware scraping against the dishes. I feel like Aspen and Juliet are having a conversation in their silence. Of course, they'd expect more from me. I'd expect more from me too. And right after leaving the museum, I was that excited. I am still excited, of course. It's just been tempered a little. I still plan to ask Aspen and Juliet to help me get in touch with Jong-un. Or Jong-in, sorry. Jong-un was someone else. But I want to wait until I can do it with a clear head. Once everyone's finished eating, I gather up the dirty dishes and take them to the sink, while Juliet washes the pans and Aspen wipes down the tables. Another routine morning.
I'll see you two later. Thanks for breakfast.
My pleasure, as always.
Bye!
With that, Aspen politely takes her leave and heads out the door. Juliet and I go into the library, ready to start the day. Or end it in her case. I head to my spot behind the front desk and begin getting everything ready. The checkout shelves, my pens and pencils, my study materials, and so on.
Are you all set, Miho?
Yep, I've got everything I need.
Wonderful. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Have a good day.
You too. Sleep well.
From the way Juliet lingers halfway between me and the stairs, I can tell she wants to say or ask something else. She thinks better of it, simply giving me a smile before heading up to her room. I whistle while I throw open the curtains and unlock the door. By the time I've returned to the counter, ready for the first patrons to arrive, I even manage a light melody. I've been practicing my whistling a lot lately, as a way to spend time all alone. Aspen tried to show me how, but she's not very good at it either. I'm pretty sure I'm already better at it than she is. The sound of it reminds me of the birds back in my home forest. Before long, patrons start to arrive, and I soon have a list of things to do. Books to check in and out, books to return, books to search for. It keeps me good and busy. The hours pass by in blissful normalcies, and I don't have a single thing to complain about. Alright, there's nobody to talk to today, so where do you guys want me to go? We don't have anything important to do. I don't mind stopping by the cafe to maybe see if Aspen's there or Lena. But there isn't anyone important to talk to today. Cafe. You're voting cafe. Any other votes before I slam that cafe button? I think that's probably the best course of action. Also, before I actually started the game up today, it said I was at 23% completion, and I think that has to do with reading every single line that is in the game. So I'll probably be at like 50% by the time the game's done, if I had to guess. Because there's like so much here that, you know, extra lines that I could experience. I'm feeling a little lethargic, so maybe I'll have a warm tea and a long, peaceful sleep. You've got all endings and still have 98%. Huh. So there's probably some, like, very specific things you gotta do, right? Like, in certain cases, I imagine if you, like, visit the same people back to back, it'll give you different options, essentially. So I imagine that that's probably the case. Every hangout has so many, yeah. This is my first time playing right now, and I know I've been missing... There's like the guy with the hat. I've been missing the guy with the hat every single time, because everybody else is more interesting to me. We've been trying to keep up with Tommy's parents a little bit, but I think Lena's been taking priority for us. Yeah, Mr. Kim. Yeah, Lena's been taking the highest priority, and then Tommy's parents, and then Mr. Kim. But if I wanted to go back at some point, I would definitely need to, like, focus specific people. Or maybe, like, focus somebody and then drop them and then come back later, you know? I can always count on the Bell House for its cozy atmosphere, after all. I buy my drink, find my favorite seat, and settle down. ... And then I watched the kid across the cafe knock his midnight double chocolate swirl drink on the ground and immediately start crying. You vote Tommy. Tommy is very relatable. I mean, I do not have experience firsthand with divorce, but there are people around me who have, so it is still quite powerful. And it's interesting. And Lena, I think we're just really interested in getting Lena together with Cyrus right now. But Tommy's is definitely the most emotionally engaging so far. So much for the atmosphere. I think we'll sit outside today. So we didn't get anybody. It's a rainy Thursday morning, and the library is as dead as I've ever seen it. Even Aspen didn't come by this morning. Simply because she didn't want to get soaked. We'll see each other later instead, and that's where she'll get soaked. Sorry, didn't realize they put in a little extra dialogue. They just patched that in. The only patrons here are the ones who don't mind the weather, so I have to make sure they don't drip on any of the books. Before she went to bed for the day, Juliet left a bundle of towels near the door for anyone who needs one. Juliet's so good, man. At least it makes my work easier, and a slow day means I have extra time to study. Look, the stream is titled #1 Aspen Simp. Okay. It's in the title. I'm able to remember most of the letters by now. I've even read a few words. I haven't told Juliet or Aspen about my progress because I want to surprise them with it later. After an hour or so, I set aside my pencil and gaze out the window with my chin resting on my palm.
Huh. It stopped.
Yeah, sometimes rain stops. It's still cloudy outside, but the worst of the rain seems to be over. I get up and walk to the window, looking around at the soggy view. I step backwards in surprise as something suddenly splats against the glass in front of me. That was such a disgusting sound that I personally recoiled very slightly.
Whoa!
It looks like a puddle of water that's stuck to the window, but then it starts to wiggle. Ralph, I heard you like slime girls. I stare in confusion as a pitiful-looking face forms in the middle, then frowns at me. Suddenly, it hits me what I'm looking at. This must be it's a water elemental. This must be a water elemental. I've never seen one for myself before now. They usually hang out in rivers and lakes, but I've heard they'll sometimes come out onto dry land when it's rainy. That must be what this one did. Now that it's stopped raining, though...
Oh no! You could dry up!
Just like a fire elemental can die if its flames go out, a water elemental like this could be in trouble if it doesn't stay wet. The weather might still be damp, but the sun is starting to poke through the clouds.
Okay. Wait right there. I'll go find something.
I don't know if it can understand me or even hear at all, but I wave at the window and hold up one finger to try to show it that I'll be right back. After a quick peek to make sure there's no patrons waiting, I hurry to the kitchen and dig through the cabinets, hoping to find a pot or something that's big enough. The biggest one Juliet has is the one that she used to make pasta, and even that might be too small. I'm not sure she'd want the taste of water elemental to be there every time she tries to make spaghetti. What do water elementals taste like, Mio? I imagine they taste kind of minty.
Where else?
I could just wake up Juliet and ask her, but I should really try to solve this myself before bothering her. Instead, I start hunting through the other rooms for something that might help. There's nothing in the bathroom, nor in the library area. When I check the dining room for a second time, however, I notice a big bowl on top of the shelf that I hadn't seen before.
Perfect.
I have to stand on one of the chairs to reach it, but I grab the bowl and fill it half full with tap water before hurrying back to the window. They taste sweet from an anime you watched. Why would you want to cook your poor water elemental into a broth? That's so mean. The water elemental is still stuck there in like a very sad bumper sticker. It already looks a little smaller, but it ripples with excitement when it sees me, its frown shifting into a watery smile. I head out the front door and skip around to the window, squelching through the wet grass as I go.
Here you go. Come on.
Squelching is one of my least favorite words, to be honest. Holding the bowl up to the window, I gently brush the elemental in. To my surprise, it doesn't feel like touching regular water. Instead, it's thicker and a bit sticky, like jelly. The elemental starts to slide into the bowl in bubbles, which I hope is a good sign. It doesn't mix with the water in the bowl, but instead it kind of hovers, with the water both above and below it. When it gets itself fully into the bowl, it almost fills up. The water sloshes over the edge and onto my hands, leaving the bowl almost dry except for the elemental itself. The bubbles stop, and an uncertain-looking face peers at me from the bottom.
Alright. Let's get you inside and figure something else out.
Toss him in a bathtub. I hold the bowl as steady as I can, and try not to spill any more as I go back to the library. Just like the guests at the library, I have to make sure not to get any of the books wet. There's an empty side table near one of the reading chairs, so I set the bowl down there. The elemental seems fine for now, but it looks worried again. It reminds me a lot of Aspen.
I'm not sure what else to try.
Everything reminds me of her, and then it's a picture of a water elemental in a bowl. I rack my brain, trying to think of something I might have missed in the bathroom or kitchen.
Wait! That bathroom! That's it!
Kneeling down in front of the bowl, I try to reassure the elemental, which is doing its best to stay absolutely still and not slosh.
Okay, don't go anywhere. If you even can.
Throw the slime girl in the tub. Running to the bathroom, I plug up the bath and set the faucet to max.
This ought to work for a bit.
Leaving the water running, I go back and retrieve the bowl elemental. This time, I end up spilling more of the water, but luckily it only hits the ground. The top is about half full by the time we get back, which should be perfect. I turn off the faucet and carefully pour the elemental in.
How's that?
There's a stream of excited bubbles.
Cool. Sit tight, and I'll find something we can use to get you back to the river.
More bubbles. Quickly, but not in as big a rush as before, I go to resume my search on the second floor. Because this place is so big, there are still a few rooms that I've never seen. I'm pretty sure Juliet wouldn't mind me going in, since I'm trying to help someone out. The first room that I try is a closet, filled with towels and bed sheets and laundry stuff. The room after that is locked.
That's weird.
I try the knob again, in case it was just stuck.
Nope, definitely locked.
I wonder what's in there. I've never paid much attention to that door before, since it's so far from my room. I drop to all floors to try to see under the door, but it's too narrow to see anything. Another nearby door isn't locked, and even better, it isn't the closet. Aside from the doorway, which isn't particularly bright, it's pitch black when I step inside. I flick on the light switch, but the bulb fizzles and dies right away. It only takes a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, and what had first just been dark smudges turned out to be a bunch of boxes and assorted junk. A storage room. The whole place is covered in dust. I guess Juliet doesn't come in here either. Peeking into one of the boxes, it's filled with old kids' toys, like dolls and stuffed animals. Another one has some folded up clothes. Oh, don't tell me this. Don't do this to me in the year of our Lord 2024 at 10 p.m. Don't do this to me. Just as I'm about to give up and try another room, A half-covered object in the corner catches my eye. A heavy blanket is draped over a glass box, which is full of more random junk. I haul it all out and remove the blanket, smiling at my find. It's a big fish tank, just like the ones I saw at the museum.
Score!
After turning it over to shake out as much of the dust and debris as I can, I triumphantly take the tank to the kitchen sink and rinse it out before hauling it to the bathroom.
Look what I found!
When I set the tank on the edge of the tub, the elemental floats up to the top of the bath and ripples. It takes some maneuvering to hold the tank under the faucet, but eventually I'm able to figure it out and fill it up. Then I use the bowl from before to scoop up the elemental and dump it into the tank.
Perfect, right?
More ripples and bubbles.
Okay, let's get you to the river.
Yeah, she just needs a transport option, because obviously she can't transport the bath out. Unless she'll put like wheels on the bottom of the bathtub, you know, like the little bath licky things. Slide some wheels on that motherfucker and put it on a skateboard or something. I don't know. I wrap my arms around the fish tank and lift, and nearly tear my arms off.
That's heavy.
I didn't notice when I was just getting the tank set up, but with all that water in it, it weighs a ton. It's way too heavy for me to carry to the front door, much less all the way to the river.
This could be a problem.
Ask Juliet. She got them big arms. Them big vampire arms. And it seems so perfect, so lucky. Even after dumping out some of the water, I still can't carry it. Sitting down on the tile floor, I sigh. The elemental floats dejectedly.
Miho? What's going on? I heard the sinks and bathtub running.
Juliet is standing in the doorway as I look up, wearing a look of concern on her face.
Hey! It was raining earlier, right? Well, there was this water elemental on the window. I tried to bring it inside so it wouldn't dry up while I worked out how to get it back to the river, but now I can't carry this huge fish tank that I found.
A fish tank? Where'd that come from?
It was in one of the storage rooms, along with a bunch of kids' stuff. I'm guessing they came from the library's children's section.
Oh, don't elaborate. Poor Juliet. Juliet purses her lips, and I feel my heartbeat start to quicken like it always does when I'm in trouble.
Sorry if you didn't want me to go in there. I didn't know what that room was or what I was even looking for until I found the tank.
Oh, she's so panicked.
I didn't look inside the locked room, though.
Juliet's frown deepens, but it doesn't look like she's angry. More like she's sad.
No need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong. Although...
I wait for her to finish her sentence, but it doesn't happen.
Although...
Never mind. It's nothing. Let's focus on helping our friend here first.
She reaches into the tank and scoops up a handful of water before dripping it back into the floating elemental. The creature seems to enjoy it as far as I can tell. Are you like playing with it? Like kneading some dough in a bowl kind of thing?
Any ideas?
I was making hand gestures, but you can't see them.
An idea comes to mind after you mentioned that storage room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I sit back and relax as Juliet departs. I'm glad she didn't get upset after all, but something was definitely bugging her. I wonder what it was. After a couple of minutes, I pick up the sound of something rolling down the stairs. I stand up and poke my head out the door and spot Juliet pulling a red wagon behind her. It has a rope handle which isn't very large, but should have more than enough space for a tank.
Whoa, you're a genius!
The smile, Juliet parks the wagon next to the bathtub.
As I said, you were the one who gave me the idea. Would you mind helping me lift it onto the wagon?
If I could hit you with the Bach emote right now, Ralph, I would. But that's okay. Half the stream is just things that are Bachable.
Sure.
We each take one end and carefully move the tank. Juliet also brought a number of tight straps to keep it in place. Oh, Jesus. Juliet brought out the strap. Once it's all set up, the elemental is safe and secure. I kneel down to get my face level with the glass.
How do you like that?
This time, the elemental shifts into the biggest grin I've seen.
Looks like we've got a winner.
Wonderful. If I watch the library, would you mind taking it back home? You're welcome to borrow an umbrella.
No problem. Be back soon.
Taking a towel and umbrella for myself from the front door, I lead the elemental outside and onto the path. It's cloudy out, and more gray than blue, but at least it's not raining right now. Still, I don't want to waste any time.
Is anywhere in the river okay?
The elemental bobs up and down.
I know just the place then.
The muddy bath slows down the wagon a bit, but it isn't too bad. When we go downhill, I have to be careful not to let it get out of control. But other than that, it's pretty easy. Actually, I have a story about that. I have like scars on my knees because of taking a wagon of like speakers downhill, and it was for the marching band for soloists, and like the drum major was next to me and was like, "Here, take these," and I was like, "Okay." And yeah, we were going downhill with it. Hit like the back of my like Achilles tendon, and like pushed me forward onto the ground. And my knees like went into the corner of broken pavement. Yeah, it was like a 90-degree angle, like right into my knees. So both my knees are scarred because of that. Because fucking Anthony gave me the wagon. You know, you shouldn't trust me with things. But oh well. I still marched. I still marched later, but yeah, it was pretty bad. You had a problem sledding one year? Did the sled like hit you in the back of the feet or something? But yeah, it was very bloody. And it wasn't easy to march. But you know, shit happens when you're going downhill. From the bottom of the hill, it's not too far to the spot I had in mind. I had noticed a small abandoned ramp into the river way back when I was still living in the woods. But it wasn't useful to me then.
Don't know why anyone built this place, but it sure worked out for me.
We went to a wall. Jesus Christ. This is why we don't sled. Because a wall is gonna appear in front of me somewhere and I'm just gonna crash into it. Like some sort of like Mario shit or Fall Guys shit. Kneeling near the bottom of the ramp, I wrapped the wagon's rope. I wrapped the wagon's rope around my wrist to keep it from rolling away, then undo the straps on the tank. With both hands, I gently tilt the tank onto its side. The water and elemental spill out, flowing down the dirty concrete and into the river. Also, I noticed alliteration on like both of those slides. You were 10, you think? Oh, it was tin. I was like, did you misspell 10? Or maybe I can't read. That's why I'm playing this game, so Aspen can teach me to read. The water begins to churn immediately, bubbling as if something huge is coming to the surface. A rushing sound echoes about the empty area before a torrent of water suddenly shoots upwards like a fountain, arcing clear above me. As I look up, I see the elemental shimmering within the water, catching the light from the sun. For one brief moment, the most beautiful, vivid rainbow I've ever seen hovers up before me, so close I could touch it. Then the water and elemental crash back into the river and everything goes still. I smile, certain that I understand.
You're welcome.
All right. We got some Tommy action to be depressed by. You want some depression? If Aspen, however, teaching you die happy, I'll just walk up when you're writing something, like you're filling out, like you're writing your signature for like signing off on your credit card or something. I'll put my hand over yours and then slap. All right, we got some Tommy. I'm lazing around at the library, relaxing in one of the comfy chairs near the shelves when the door opens. Two humans that I recognize walk in, Gwen leading Tommy by the hand. Of course, Gerby is floating above them. Would I slap your hand as a reprimand? Yeah. I'll even get a ruler or something. The three of them go right past me, and Gwen takes a seat at an empty table close by.
I'm gonna be right here. Remember not to go too far away, okay?
He does not look very comfortable.
I know.
Smiling, Gwen kisses Tommy on the forehead, and he makes a grossed out face. But then she pulls out a pen and some papers and spreads them out on the desk, sighing as she starts to look over them. Don't tell me what those papers are. I watch as Tommy, accompanied by Gerby, looks around the kids section for a bit. He pulls a couple books off the shelves, but puts some back without opening them. Finally, he wanders over to the edge of the library and gets down on his hands and knees, crawling along the floor. I don't have anything better to do right now, so I go over to where he is as well. I nod at Gerby as I do.
What you doing?
Tommy starts at the sound of my voice, but then holds up one finger to shush me.
You're not supposed to talk so loud. We're in a library.
Great. Even kids are telling me off now.
I'm looking for spiders, though. Spiders, huh? Why? 'Cause they're cool?
'Cause they're cool. They are kind of cool. I just don't go looking for them. Now that I think about it, he was trying to find bugs one of the first times I met him. I wonder if the one that I caught for him is doing okay. Probably not, if I'm being honest.
Are you collecting them? Yeah! Do you like bugs too? Not really. They're okay though.
I've eaten a few and I had no other options, but I don't think he wants to hear about them.
Nobody does, except me. Everyone thinks they're gross and creepy.
I think she should tell him that she ate him.
But you don't. That's why I like them. Wanna help me look?
I'm not very interested in catching spiders, but Juliet might count it as helping to clean up a bit.
Sure, why not? I think I know where some are.
You know, if she wanted to be like, truly New Zealander, she could be, I'm not here to fuck spiders.
Whoa, really? Yeah. There's this one corner that's really dusty.
I love this conversation. Gerby follows us as I take Tommy to the corner in question. Although Juliet keeps the library pretty clean, there are some spider webs and dirt between one of the shelves and the wall.
Wow, you were right! Gerby, come help me look!
Gerby floats down to Tommy's eye level.
Gerby's my friend. You can't see him, but he's here with us. Cool!
I don't feel like explaining that I can in fact see him right now. Tommy closes one eye and peeks into the crevice, looking for bugs.
Actually, Gerby's my I met him when I was looking for a beetle. He looks like a flower, but he's not. If I do find any spiders, I have to get 2 so they're not alone. Especially if they're married. If they have any kids, then that would make their kids be really sad too.
Oh, he's projecting. I'm gonna take a sip of tea real quick. I have to think about that being taken away to... Wait, sorry. I have to think that being taken away to be part of a collection make them sad, but I keep that to myself. I crouch down to help Tommy look. There are some scraps of paper and a dusty pen on the ground, and plenty of spiderwebs above them. No spiders in them from what I can tell, though.
Do you know where else they are?
I don't want to take him too far away. Best to stay in the main part of the library.
Maybe up front?
Ears. If I came in through the door, they might have set up close by. Or if any came in through the door. We go there and start looking, with Tommy inspecting the floor and behind the furniture. I poke around them as well, checking out some of the corners. As I watch him crawl around, it's hard to imagine him getting into fights like I overheard his parents talking about. He seems like a nice kid.
Oh, found one!
Tommy's kneeling down on the ground, pointing under a bookshelf. Both Gerby and I go over to see.
Look, see it?
Sure enough, I can see some kind of spider hiding in the back.
I see it. Are you gonna catch it? Looks sorta scary. It could still be nice, but I don't know how to reach it.
I really don't think you should, like, reach out for spiders in New Zealand. Something about that seems like a bad idea to me.
Maybe if we come back later, it'll be easier to get.
Tommy spends a while hunting the rest of the library for more bugs, and I follow behind him for some of it. Eventually, Gwen straightens out all her papers over the table, and then comes to collect Tommy.
Tommy, what are you doing down there? You're gonna get all dirty.
Looking for spiders. This lady was helping me.
Gwen notices me, and I wave.
I'm sorry. I hope you weren't too distracted.
Nah, don't worry, I live here.
Oh, that's convenient.
The two of us watch Tommy for a second, who still hasn't given up on the spider by the door. Gwen sighs.
Thanks for keeping him company. He doesn't have a whole lot of friends his age to play with. Meanwhile, I'm trying to study for grad school and raise a kid and work a job and get a divorce all at once. Well, not that any of that's your problem.
Man, I feel bad for her. Gwen tries to rub her eyes and almost ends up dropping the papers she's carrying. She kind of reminds me of Aspen, the way she seems like she's holding on a lot more than she's letting out.
That's okay. I don't mind.
Yeah, I'm sure all of them are holding in quite a lot. You know, especially if Tommy's getting into fights. There's a lot of stress there that we're just not seeing until something will set it off. By tomorrow, she won't remember telling me any of this stuff, so if saying it helps her to feel better, then it doesn't really bother me one way or another. With a tired smile, Gwen rearranges the things she's holding so that she has a free hand.
Come on, Tommy. We need to get going.
Fine.
Tommy looks under one last bookshelf and then finally stands up. Gwen leans down to dust off Tommy's knees and pants before taking his hand.
Thanks again. If you live here, I guess we'll probably see you around. I've got a lot of studying I need to do, so I'm sure we'll be back. Say bye, Tommy.
Bye! If you see any cool bugs, save them for me! Will do. Bye!
Gerby waves goodbye to me as well as he floats out the door with the humans. I can't help but feel a little bad for Tommy and Gwen, and for Tommy's dad as well. It seems like both parents are doing their best, but Tommy has his own problems too. And without even trying, I know more about all of them than they're aware of. I have a feeling that won't change, especially if they're going to be back frequently, like Gwen said. Now that I'm on my own again, I return to the chair I was occupying before and settle down for a proper nap. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. But like, I kind of hope that in the end, like, Elijah and Gwen see eye to eye, but I don't know if that's gonna be the case. Because it's so hard on Tommy. All day it's been showering on and off. A raindrop still patterning on the roof even now. At least the frogs outside are comfortable, happily croaking away in the dark night. To stave off the cold, I keep a warm blanket wrapped around me while sitting up and watching TV. I don't really understand all the complicated things the presenters are talking about, but it's interesting to see their reports from all around the world. My ears prick up as I hear someone walking up to the door, a series of 3 knocks gently ringing out against it. Always 3 from Juliet.
Yeah?
It's cute that she knows Juliet's pattern so well. Also, what's this collar here?
I'm making some tea. Would you care to join me? I can make some hot chocolate as well.
Oh yeah, tea break. Hell yeah. Alright, tea consumed. It's getting very cold now.
Sure. Be right down.
A warm drink sounds nice right now. Not wanting to leave my cozy blanket, I decide to hold it tightly around myself and waddle down to the kitchen with it. The stairs prove a little difficult, but I manage. Well, I like her costume change too. There are already 2 mugs sitting on a table when I arrive, and the kettle is already steaming. As I take to my seat, Juliet pours boiling water into each cup.
You knew what I was gonna say before you even asked me, huh?
I had a feeling, yes.
She pushes my mug across the table, and my hands peek out from my blanket to cradle it. Happy for the warmth, I hold the mug for a while before tasting the steaming hot chocolate inside.
I like the hot chocolate you make even better than the stuff at the Bell House.
Why, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Although I imagine Aspen wouldn't be.
Do you ever go there? Now that I think about it, I'm surprised we've never gone together.
Well, it's like going to a cafe at like 3 a.m. for her.
We haven't. Well, why don't we change that sometime then?
Yeah, let's go on a triple date.
Perhaps we can meet Aspen for breakfast there instead. It has been a while since I've stopped by.
Sure! I've never gotten any food from there. Only drinks.
You're in for a treat then. They serve delicious pastries and sandwiches.
You know, there's a fucking place downtown that I've gone to that's like a library and bar thing. So I guess it kind of reminds me of this, but they have like this like bacon, egg, and cheese with like avocado and shit, and it's got this like really interesting sauce. It's on like a beautiful like handmade bread. And that's all I want right now after reading that.
There's a particular one that I know Aspen enjoys. Although, I can't remember what it was.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll be fine with anything they have. I can't remember the last time I tried something that I didn't like.
That must come in handy when traveling the world so much, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Can't afford to be picky when you don't know the next time you'll even have options.
Welcome back. I also want Korean food. Because we've been talking so much about Korea. I want some bibimbap.
Have you found a favorite food? Or type of cuisine that you most enjoy?
Not really. Most of the time, I just eat junk food or leftovers. Not really anything fancy.
Understandable. If there's ever a certain dish or meal that you'd like to try, it would be my pleasure to help make that happen. Perhaps we could even learn to cook it here at home, so you could have it any time.
Sure.
You know, cooking dates are nice too. I mean, if you do it with the express intention of cooking together, I should say, because sometimes cooking together is a pain in the ass. I toss that onto the mental pile of if there's ever anything that Juliet's offered me. I know she means well, but at this point I can't remember everything she said that about. Far too much junk food. I've gotten rid of most of it. The two of us continue to chat for a while, and I recount the full day's events with the elemental to Julia, wrapping up my story at the point where I came home from the river.
Oops. That reminds me. I never put away the wagon. Let me know where it goes, and I can take it upstairs when I go back to my room.
I will say the only junk food I eat nowadays is tortilla chips.
Wagon? Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Juliet quickly looks away, taking a sponge and busying herself cleaning some loose sugar off the counter. But it's obvious something's off. I'm not sure what to do. It's so rare that Juliet's the one who seems uncomfortable. In fact, this is the only time that I can think of. Other than when I first met her, of course. When I sort of tried to steal the painting.
By the way, who does all that stuff
Oh,
belong
no.
to?
Oh
The
no.
wagon and the toys, that is. Were they part of the library children's section before or something?
No, they were personal possessions, not part of the library.
Oh, like from when you were a kid. I'm surprised you managed to keep them for that long then.
No, not my childhood.
Don't do this to me.
Huh?
The sponge stops moving, Juliet's shoulders slumping as she gives up trying to work. I feel a little bad for making her act so oddly.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. Sorry. I didn't know it was sensitive. I'm really, really sorry.
It's fine. You couldn't have known. Besides, perhaps it's only right that you know.
Know what?
She turns back towards me, taking a breath before she continues. Her eyes don't look at me, though. They're looking past me.
Do you remember when, several weeks ago, I told you that I met someone who changed my life? Someone who made me want to be a better person?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, her name, my daughter's name, is Cosette.
You have a daughter?
Yes, and she's been the biggest blessing in my many, many years of life. Although she's not of my own flesh and blood, she was my child.
In the vampire way or the adopted way?
I found her on my doorstep one morning, tucked into a basket with a blanket and scarf around her. It was cold that morning, so very cold. When I opened my door and saw the silent bundle there, I feared that she was dead.
Don't do this to me, Julia.
But she was not. She was so very alive, and despite the cold, so very, very warm. She was barely a year old, if that. Yet she didn't cry. She could have been there all night for all I knew, but she never uttered a sound. I brought her inside, of course, just so she wouldn't freeze. Beyond that, I was panicked and confused. I'd never wanted a human child. I didn't even know how to raise one. To this day, I don't know why whoever abandoned her chose my doorstep to leave her on. Of all places. But how wonderfully, impossibly lucky I was.
So is she still alive? Maybe just moved out? Hopefully, smile?
Because she didn't cry, I thought she might be mute. But that wasn't the case. She had a great deal to say, and as she got older, she would talk and talk. Every word was like music, a melody to my ears only. I felt so fortunate, and so unprepared. I suddenly had the life and well-being of another in my own hands. Her future, her everything. It was a responsibility I had never asked for, and likely would have never asked for if my life hadn't changed that day. She grew and grew, from a curious baby to precocious child, then to a confident young lady, and finally to a lovely woman. I couldn't have been more proud as a mother. Every graduation, every breakup, every smile and tear changed my life.
You're about to get more tears here.
As my daughter, of course it would be true to say that I raised her, but it was mutual. She also made me into the person I am today.
Once Juliet finishes speaking, I let out a breath I don't remember holding. Just as when she'd first started speaking, her gaze is still fixed on the empty wall somewhere above my head. Just like when Aspen gets sucked into one of her books, I can tell that Juliet's mind is somewhere else entirely.
The moment that I resolved to raise her, I made a promise to myself and to her. A promise that I would do all in my power to make the world Cosette lived in, grew up in, a better one that I had experienced. That I would show her how to find the beauty and the joy in all things dark and terrible. In a sense, I ceased to exist as a single person. My life was no longer my own. It was tied, forever and always, to another.
So, all those toys and things.
Yes, the treasures and mementos of another life. Of happy days filled with laughter, of scraped knees and tummy aches, of heartbreak and homecomings. I keep them there as not simply a reminder, but a tribute to those times.
Whoa. I would have never guessed any of that. I never knew you were a mom.
Her gaze returns to me, to the world that we're in now. She gives a little smile, but it looks fragile.
Well, I suppose it's not something I speak of very often.
Does she live here in Wellington? Could I meet her?
Juliet regards me with a strange look, similar to earlier with the elemental. It's not that she's angry. It's not that she looks angry, but like she's thinking about something very hard. I stare back, not sure of what else to do or what I might have said wrong. Like always, her expression soon softens.
She is in Wellington, yes. A bit of a walk, but not too far. You can go in the morning if you'd like. It's been a little while since I have.
Don't fucking take me to the graveyard. I'm gonna burst into tears. I'm like wiping beneath my glasses already.
Sure, fine by me. I guess it is getting kind of late for a visit, huh?
It is indeed. Speaking of which, I actually have some business I must tend to myself. Will you be alright on your own, Miho?
Oh, yeah, of course. Don't worry about me.
Have a good night then. See you in the morning.
See you! I'll be ready to go first thing.
As Juliet leaves, I watch her go. It might just be me, but it seemed like she left in a hurry after saying all that. Maybe she and Cosette had an argument about something. Or maybe she just didn't want me to meet the other people in her life. I'm probably just imagining it. The way she talks about Cosette is so different to the way I've heard Juliet talk about anything or anyone else. I can tell she cares a lot about her. Hopefully it will make more sense tomorrow, after I go to meet her. When I finally decide to head up to my room, I take the wagon back first, as promised. I have to pick it up and carry it to get it up the stairs, but fortunately it's not that heavy, even with my blanket bunched up inside. Once I get to the second floor, I put it down and drag it to the rest of the way to the storage room. After pushing the wagon into its empty spot, I take a proper look around now that I know that what this room actually contains. More than just toys, I also spot racks of clothes and stacks of books and all kinds of other belongings. The whole room is pretty packed. Slowly making my way to the door, I carefully maneuver between a rocking horse and a dollhouse, taking care not to step on anything or knock it over. Taking one last peek around before I head to my own room, I get the feeling that there's nothing missing from Cosette's childhood in here. I can't say for sure, but it seems like Juliet hasn't let anything go. You can say that again. The morning air is fresh and crisp, the plants around us looking healthier for the drink last night. A handful of small puddles here and there are all that remains of yesterday's rain, likely to be completely dried up in a few hours. As I stand by the front door of the library, Juliet walks up beside me and unfolds her parasol, bringing it over her head.
Shall we depart? It's about a 30-minute walk from here, so perhaps we'll take a ride back once we're done.
Yep. Will you be okay in the sun with that?
Imagine having good public transportation.
Yes. It's still early enough that I don't need to worry too much.
Lead on then.
Stepping out into the brilliant morning, I stretch and roll my shoulders. It's a nice day. Not too cold and not too hot. As always, Juliet's steps are measured and even as she walks. Her parasol bobs with each step, making it look like she's wearing a big hat from this angle. I smile to myself at the image as I skip alongside her. Even with protection from the sun, it's rare to see Juliet out in the daytime.
So, I was wondering something.
So, anytime you see somebody with a parasol out in the daylight, remember that's a vampire. And they might have a Gumio behind them, but you'll forget about it in the morning.
If your daughter lives so close, then why doesn't she come to visit more often? I've been here for a couple months now.
Although she clearly heard me, Juliet doesn't answer. Maybe it's too personal a question because things are tense between them. I've never seen Juliet not to answer one of my questions before, so I don't push it. Juliet remains quiet as we keep walking. That isn't unusual for her, but I still feel a little awkward.
Sorry if I shouldn't have asked that.
She looks concerned.
No, it's all right. You'll see when we get there.
I'm sorry, Ralph. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
We head in a direction that I hadn't expected before. We're in the same area as the gardens, but not quite the same spot. A massive green hill watches over us from one side, while trees blanket the other. After crossing a small bridge that runs over the highway, we reach another beautiful area. The concrete path we walk along is lined with bushes and flowers, and the occasional decorative lamps. There are a few houses peeking through the trees which ring the area, but most of the field is still covered in nature.
Whoa. Are we getting close?
Yes, we're very nearly there. This is Bolton Street Park.
She's pretty lucky to live in a place
Oh
like
my
this.
god,
huh?
don't do this. Don't make it worse.
Even as a child, Cosette had an affinity for the woods and trees.
I get that. I'll bet she would love to be able to turn into a badder fox.
I'm taken off guard by Juliet letting out a great laugh. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. A little giggle or rarely a chuckle from time to time, sure, but never anything so relaxed or insincere. A grin spreads on my face just from watching her.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
There are only a handful of houses around the park, so I wonder which one is Cosette's. Time and time again, we can walk on past the turns which lead to any of them. Just as I start to wonder where it is we're going, Juliet slowly comes to a stop. The main path forks into two here. One to our left, a well-trodden dirt path. There's a sign, but I can't quite read the writing yet.
Everything okay? We're not lost, are we?
Heavens, no.
A number of tall trees shade the path we're on, giving enough protection for Juliet to slide her parasol shut. She takes a deep, silent breath and then smiles and gestures down to the offshoot before us. I just somehow slid into an accent.
It's right this way. Just a little further.
At the word parasol, I got into an accent. Nodding, I follow again as she leads us onwards. Right away, I notice something is a little off. Juliet's steps are slower and a bit more uneven. Like she doesn't want to get to wherever we're going. After a few minutes of walking in silence, she takes one last turn, off from the path we're on, leading me up to a small hill dotted with trees. Once we reach the crest, Juliet comes to a stop. Still confused, I step up beside her.
Here we are.
Huh? I don't see... Oh.
In the shade of one of the trees is a grey stone monument. Its edges are rough and worn from time, but it's spotlessly clean. There are others like it nearby, practically identical. Words are carved into stone too small for me to read easily. I've never visited before, but I realize what this place is. I silently mouth the letters of the word at the top, even though I'm pretty sure I know what it's going to say. C, then an O, then an S. Cosette's grave is preserved perfectly. I'm sure Juliet wouldn't stand for anything else.
I'm... sorry. I didn't...
It's okay, Miho. I'm aware you didn't know. But I wanted you to.
She turns back to the grave, gently running a hand over the curved stone.
My beautiful, precious daughter passed away years ago. Almost 2 decades by now. She lived a long, full life and spent her final moments with those she loved. The last words she told me, the last words she ever said to me.
Juliet's shoulders shake without a sound as I stand there helplessly. She shudders as she takes a deep breath.
Or that she couldn't have been happier.
What was she like?
She was so many things that it's almost impossible to answer. I think you would have liked her. I'm sure she would have loved you. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no stopping her. Everything she did vividly, to the fullest. Even if the very laws of existence told her something was impossible, she would try anyway. She was endlessly kind, with compassion for every living thing, from the smallest insect to the the largest, most ferocious beast. She saw the value in all of them.
Juliet's performance is like... she has a killer performance on right now. Her voice actor. She gives a small smile as she looks at me, even as tears well in her eyes. I gulp to try and force down my own emotions.
You should have seen her as a child. She would talk your ear off. Both of them, if you'd let her. There wasn't a single person near us who didn't know who she was. So open and free was she. That warmth and care. It was the core of her life. If she saw someone in need, she would rush to their aid. It just naturally came to her. If you or I see someone hurting, we may choose to help. For Cosette, it wasn't a choice. It was simply who she was.
Miles doesn't like me wiping off my eyes.
To know her was to adore her. Every day that went by, I was more and more proud of her. Those virtues never faded a bit. Even on her last day, she was worried for me more than anything. I promised her that I would...
Juliet sumps, dragging her hand across her face. All I can do is watch. My own emotions a storm that tosses me in all different directions. The pain in Juliet's shaky voice enough to make my own breath tremble. But beyond that, something else. There's something eating at me that I don't want to acknowledge. Juliet turns back towards the grave, taking a couple steps closer. Unfurling her parasol, she holds it over her shoulder like a shield, guarding against the sunlight. She's also able to stand a little straighter.
I promised her that I would live as she did, to honor her memory with kindness and with virtue and with compassion and patience for all, that I would ensure her legacy lived on in the many lives she had touched. It was only in the days that followed her passing, as I wandered lost and alone, that I truly began to understand how much she had saved my own life. The gift she gave me was something I'd never had before. Purpose. How very silly and irrelevant things such as wealth and prestige began to seem after that. Those were fleeting concepts, born as a misplaced need or desire. There was something that could be much greater. Something well beyond money and power. Love. As a word, it's difficult to understand. To hear the poets speak of it, there's nothing mightier and nothing softer. Love was either everything or it was nothing. It always seemed so trite, so immature. An attempt to create meaning where there is none. And yet, I've found that the poets were right. They were so right. You and I, Miho. To be able to live on, unaffected by time's curse, must surely seem a blessing to some. But that time is meaningless without something to fill it. To those of us who walk alongside Father Time, rather than fleeing him, it's awfully lonely. When I first became a vampire, I told myself that I had no more need for humans, that I was beyond them. Now, I realize I was afraid. There's a simple contentment and joy that can only be found in experience and age, I've learned. Wisdom does not exclude humans, but to look on as once vibrant hair fades to grey, and as once strong hands soften their grips, as once treasured memories become distant. There is pain. To watch someone you love grow up is beautiful. To watch them grow old is to suffer. Cosette lived into her 80s. A good, long life for a human. Even as her flesh started to fail her, her mind never did. She was sharp as a sword and quick as a fox. For a human, there is no kinder, gentler end than that of old age. And every day, I'm thankful that Cosette was one of those lucky ones. To slip away peacefully and painlessly. As I held that soft, shaky hand for the last time, I wished desperately that I could trade places with her. I would have done anything to give her just one more day. But there was nothing to be done. Cosette passed on with no regrets, and a smile on her face. She lived as full a life as any human could live, and when she was gone, I was still there. My flesh not a day older than when I met her. It was then that I realized what a cruel gift immortality could be. What a slow, repetitive torture if I chose to let it. So for the sake of Cosette's memory, and of the promise I made, I swore that I would continue to live as I had not lived before. For virtue, for friendship, for others, for tomorrow. To die is human. To live is a privilege.
With absolute clarity, the storm inside me calms as I pass through its eye. There's a sense of finality in Juliet's words, which leaves them ringing in my ears as I stumble backwards without thinking about it. To die is human. All humans. Cosette, someday Aspen, but also even mine. My person. Understanding hits me like an arrow to the heart, and I barely notice the look of surprise on Juliet's face as I transform, turning tail and fleeing into the forest. My person, the one I searched for my entire life, is dead too. Long dead. No matter what happened after they left the forest, the nature of their human lifespan means that they lived lifetimes ago, generations ago. As I run farther and farther away, one thought echoes above all the others. All this time, all these years, all these decades, they've been for nothing. I dig my claws into the earth at every step, tearing at the roots and leaves. I do know the name for the feeling pulling and tugging at me, the one that had taken over Juliet as we stood there, one I've heard of but never felt until now. Grief. Every lie, every theft, every struggle, and every hardship, everything for nothing. That word swirls in my head, a dying leaf drifting towards the ground, falling and powerless to stop itself. Finally, I come to a stop, not even knowing where I am or for how long I ran. I just stop when I lose the will to run anymore, transforming onto my knees. Every decision I've ever made, every place I've ever gone, had all been in service of one dream. Over time, I grew to rely on it. I didn't ever have to think for myself and make a difficult decision for myself. Instead, it was like I had a path to follow, however long. But that path wasn't actually leading anywhere. All it did was take me far away and leave me on my own. Rising to my feet, I look around the area. Although the trees and slopes remind me of Mount Victoria, I don't recognize it at all. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. Sprawling sunlight means she couldn't join me here even if she wanted to. Even if she found me. I wonder if she's still looking. Or is she looking? Juliet always seemed so calm and put together behind that mask. She was hiding all these feelings. What else don't I know about her? What else has she been keeping to herself? Is it just more pain? An ice-cold chill runs down my spine, making me shudder as I realize something else. She must have known, too, that my person was dead. She must have figured it out right away. Yet she never told me. Aspen, too. Suddenly, every pain, look, or topic changed whenever I brought up Chongyin. Makes sense. They both knew, and they were hiding it from me all along. This whole time, letting me go on and get my hopes up without ever stopping me or telling the truth. It was so simple, too. So obvious. If I'd just thought about it for a bit myself, I'd have realized that humans live and die much faster than my kind do. Sighing, I sit down on the grasp, wrapping my arms around my knees. I mash one palm into my eyes to wipe away the tears that are there.
Stop crying, Miho.
Yeah, so welcome back, Lana. I think you could probably piece together what just happened. With a few deep breaths, I manage to fight away the stinging pressure and keep myself from breaking down even more. I sigh again once I'm certain it won't turn into a sob. Now that the initial shock has worn off, the pain in my heart has gone from a sharp stab to a dull throb. Aside from pure survival instinct, death has always been distant and faceless to me, but now I have to look it in the eye. My time with Chongyin was short. Thousands of times shorter than the time I've spent looking for them since then. Still, it was all I had. Where do I even go from here? The sun is getting higher, so Juliet must have made her way home by now. She might even be waiting for me to come back. We both know I have to at some point. I'm gonna drink some coffee. No, this is not coffee, tea, real quick. It's cold as fuck. It's getting hotter for me too. Shakily, I rise to my feet and look around again, actually trying to get my bearings. If I have to, I can just go back in the direction I came from until I find somewhere familiar. I start walking back towards the library since it's the only place I have to go. I may think of it as home for now, but I can't help but picture Juliet's sobbing face. Immortal or not, there has to come a time someday where we don't see each other. And that will be the end of our memories together. At least her memories of me. And the same goes for Aspen. As mortal as Cosette. Aren't I just resigning myself to feeling this pain again someday? Potentially even stronger. Maybe she was right, the other Kumaho. Maybe I don't belong anywhere. By the time I get back to the library, I'm exhausted from the walk in the sun. I throw open the library door and go inside, walking past my empty seat at the front desk. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. Only patrons. They've always managed just fine without me, though. Plodding up to my room, I grab my blanket from my bed and wrap it around myself before I lower myself to the floor. That's when the tears hit me again, and this time I can't hold them back. Slouching onto my side, I don't even try. There's no point. As I expected in less than a minute, there's a sound at my door. 3 knocks. Always 3.
Miho? Is that you? Are you alright?
I don't respond. I don't even know if I want to see Juliet right now. She's part of this too, after all. She pauses outside for a moment, but a few seconds later, Juliet opens the door anyway.
Oh, Miho.
The pity in her voice tells me everything I need to know. I can only imagine what I must look like, covered in blankets and lying on the floor. I must look pathetic, childish. Must be how I always look to her.
Miho. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Juliet trails off, still just inside the door. I can see her legs in cane, but not her face. I can picture the concern on it, though.
Didn't mean to what?
The words come out as a growl, surprising even myself. But I can't pretend. Not now. She let herself in here. She can deal with it. Her cane sways from side to side as she wrings her hands, almost knocking into the wall more than once.
Mean for you to put things together this way. Such a painful way. I wanted to.
So you did know.
I cut her off without thinking, as she confirms my suspicions. With one arm I push myself up, letting the blanket fall away from my face as I glare daggers at Juliet.
Pardon?
You knew.
Slowly I rise to my feet. My head is pounding. I can hear my blood pumping as anger rises through me, bubbling out like liquid magma.
All this time they've been dead, and you knew, didn't you? You probably knew from the first time I told you about them, right?
She stiffens, and then Juliet sighs deeply. It's all anyone ever seems to do around here.
I did. Yes.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Although tears are beginning to choke my voice again, I manage to shout out my question, my accusation.
I've been looking like such an idiot. I'm already an idiot compared to you and to Aspen. Every day I'm reminded of that. But this really takes the cake, doesn't it?
No, Mio. You're not an idiot to them.
I've been wasting my whole entire life over something everyone else can figure out right away.
Miho, it isn't like that.
Then why? Tell me why you didn't tell me sooner. Or Aspen. She knows too, right?
Juliet nods meekly. My eyes burn and my nose is running. My face hurts in every way possible.
We didn't know how.
Know how? What do you mean, know how?
I can't keep myself from shouting. I feel so stupid, so angry, and so sad.
Please, Miho, try to understand. We were still just getting to know you. You barely trusted Aspen or me. If we just told you that the person you were looking for was deceased, we didn't know how you'd take it. You might not even believe us, for one thing. Or perhaps it would give you cause to run away again. As the weeks went on, we wanted to, but it never seemed to be the right time. Neither of us wanted to be the one to, out of nowhere, bring your whole world crashing down. Not when you were trying so hard. You seemed so happy. It felt more cruel to ruin that in a way. I'm sorry, Miho. I truly am. It was wrong of me to let it go this long without saying anything, but believe me, I only hesitated out of love. Aspen and I both. We simply couldn't bring ourselves to break your heart that way.
Fat lot of good that did. Juliet sniffles, and I have to look away. I don't want to see her cry again. Not while I'm already like this. Stooping down to the floor, I pick my blanket back up and wrap it around myself again. Even as I do, I can't help but think of how it's not really my blanket. It's Juliet's. She just lets me use it, like everything else.
Go away.
To my relief, she doesn't try to argue, doesn't even say anything else. She just nods and silently leaves the room. The second the door shuts behind her, I collapse into my bed, put my pillow over my face, and succumb to my grief. My everything hurts when I wake up, damp pillow still covering me. My face and head hurt from crying. My body hurts from passing out in an uncomfortable position. I didn't even mean to fall asleep. I must have cried myself into it. The memories of yesterday don't even give me a chance to wake up before they flood my brain, pulling a groan out of me in response. I don't want to get up. I don't want to leave my bed. What's even the point? Still, I know I have to. I have to see Aspen within the next few hours, and Juliet too eventually. I don't know what to say, or even what I want to hear. As much as I'd like to avoid everything and anyone, the rational part of me knows I can't. Instead, my magic and bead force me to conform like always. Either get up, or be forgotten. It's not really much of a choice. I sluggishly get dressed and wipe down my face, which is still red from crying. Then I trot downstairs to where we'd normally be having breakfast. Except it's later than usual. There's food on the table for me, but it's long since cold. And I can hear the sounds of conversation and movement that mean the library is already open. Life goes on, with or without me. I cram down the slices of cold toast and browning apple without really tasting them, just knowing that I need the nourishment. Then I wander up to the front of the library where Juliet is seated in my spot at the desk. When she notices me approaching, I can see her struggle to decide how to greet me, uncertainty plain in her eyes. I can't decide either, so I just settle for a stiff nod.
Hey.
Good morning, Miho.
Her voice is awkwardly stilted. It seems out of place for Juliet. I gesture at the stack of books next to her and the half-filled checkout sheet.
You can go to bed. I can take over from here.
Juliet shakes her head, looking a little more confident in the motion.
No, it's all right. You're in no state to be working today. Let me handle it instead.
Really, it's fine.
A patron starts to approach the counter, a couple books in his hand. I start to reach for them, but Juliet stands up, blocking me off.
Good morning. All set to check out?
I let my hand fall to my side. The person checking out books looks a little confused, but settles on talking to Juliet instead of me. Fine then. If she wants to, she can do it. She has that same practiced tone of voice when it comes to helping a stranger that Aspen does. Aspen calls it her customer service voice. To me, it's the same as how I'd sound when trying to deceive someone or get something out of them. The only difference is I'm not sure I could pull mine off now, like she can. Then again, it seems like Juliet must have always been good at hiding her feelings. Wordlessly, I turn around and step out from behind the desk, passing by the guest on my way out the door. From the corner of my eye, I can see Juliet watching me as I go, even as she deftly handles the checkout. But yes, Lana, that was I didn't want to interrupt that scene because, well, partially I was crying in the middle of that scene, but I didn't want to interrupt that. But yeah, we learned a little more about Juliet, and that keyed Mioen to the fact that her person is dead, and she's needs to come to terms with that and feels very lied to. And there was some other stuff that you missed earlier, but I think that for the most part, cues you in on everything that you've missed in the past couple of hours. Like there was meeting another Gumio who was very upset with her for being domesticated. And she learned the identity of her person in the Korean museum, the Korean section. And oh boy, that was a sad as fuck scene. And now I've got a soaked napkin here. You missed out on the emotional stuff. Maybe it's for the best. I don't know if you wanted to hear me cry today. But who knows, maybe you did. You prefer to give me happy tears. That's very sweet. And you've already given me a chance to have happy tears. At least in the past month. Okay. We slurp down some diabetes. Jesus Christ. I'm slurping down the rest of my cold tea. All right. The fresh air is an instant relief, and I gulp it in as I stretch out my arms, just basking in the sun for a moment. I start walking to the Bell House because I needed to see Aspen before it gets too late. Fortunately, we had a late breakfast yesterday, so I have a bit more leeway than usual. I do my best to keep my head empty on the way there, because if I let myself think, it'll turn bad. So I instead just focus on putting one foot in front of the other, and on paying the minimum amount of attention to my surroundings. Just enough to get me there. Aspen herself is working at the counter when I enter the cafe, and she waves eagerly when she sees me.
Oh, Miho! I was just thinking of taking my break early to come see you. Juliet said you were feeling a little under the weather this morning.
That's one way of putting it. I make my way up to the register, staring blankly at the menu. I could actually read some of it if I tried, but I'm not.
I can see what she means. Are you alright?
Yeah, but you'll have to watch the VOD if you want to see exactly what happened there. But for the most part, I was pretty quiet about it. I shrug.
Yeah, I'm fine. Let me get,
The names of different drinks that I like all swirl in my head, but somehow picking one feels like an impossible challenge. I wasn't exactly planning to stay or get something to drink. I just started ordering out of habit.
whatever you recommend.
Frowning, Aspen taps something into the machine. I reach for my wallet, but she waves a hand to stop me.
It's on me. Go sit down and I'll bring you something soon. Thanks.
Leaving her to that, I trudge to a booth and sit down, resting my head on my arms and closing my eyes. I could have just come inside and left again as soon as Aspen saw me, but I know that I wouldn't feel any better anywhere else I could choose to go. At least this way I get a free drink out of it. I open my eyes again. I don't open my eyes again until I hear the sound of Aspen setting down a cup in front of me before taking a seat herself.
Thanks. Again.
Sitting up, I have a taste of whatever it is Aspen brought me. It's scalding hot and bitter.
What's in this?
Coffee!
What else?
Espresso? You look like you need it.
Giving her an espresso. Well, to be honest, I would be pretty happy if someone brought me a coffee when I was sad. Gingerly, I take another sip, bracing myself against the heat this time.
One of your recipes?
No, I don't know who invented it, but it's been my go-to for years when I need a pick-me-up. Don't you feel more awake now?
The aftertaste lingers in my mouth, but I drink some more anyway.
Unfortunately.
Then it's doing its job.
I love Aspen.
You really do look a mess, though. Were you crying?
As soon as Aspen takes a second look at my face, I see her take on that same look of concern as Juliet. I raise my cups to my lips again just to hide myself.
Yeah?
It's an awful scraping sound as Aspen slides her chair a little closer to mine, taking one of my hands in hers. I pull away immediately.
Sorry, I should have asked first. What's wrong? Did I do something?
My face starts to redden, and I already know what's coming next.
It's fine.
I don't know how to respond, so instead, I opt for a question that's been lingering on my mind.
Do you know who Cosette is?
Cosette? No, I don't believe I know the name. Is she a friend of yours?
No. Don't worry about it.
If Aspen doesn't know, I'm not going to be the one to tell her. Still, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Juliet never mentioned her before, even though the two of them are supposedly close friends. As for my human, though, may as well just get it out there. At least that we'll all be on the same page.
I found out my person is dead.
Although I've been sitting with that thought for hours now, it's the first time I've said the words out loud. To my own surprise, they come out as steady as everything else. At least I don't feel like I'm going to cry.
Oh.
Finally, I glance at Aspen herself. Just like Juliet, I can see her eyes widen and mouth drop as she tries to think of something more to say.
And you knew, didn't you?
Her hand toys uselessly with an abandoned straw wrapper on the table.
I suspected as much, yes.
I sigh, not surprised at all. I don't even have the energy to be that upset compared to when I was dealing with Juliet.
I'm sorry,
It's okay. Juliet already said it.
Well, I'm saying it too. I'm sorry. It seems you probably didn't find out in the best way. Not that there is a best way. That was why we were afraid to tell you. We didn't know how... Actually, I'm just going to stop talking.
Really? It's fine.
No, it's not. I cut her off flatly before she can start over-apologizing. Being apologized to makes me uncomfortable. Like an itch I can't scratch. Putting my chin in my hands, I look out the window to the sunny day outside. It's as nice as it ever is here.
I just wish you would have told me.
In our reflection, I see Aspen nod.
If it makes you feel any better, we were going to, soon. We'd already decided, but not on how. I assume Juliet told you.
More or less, yeah. She said something that made me figure it out.
I see.
Both of them just accepted my being's upset. Ugh, I can't talk. Both of them just accepted my being upset so easily. Neither of them tried to argue or anything, just apologized. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Just like I'm not sure if Aspen's words made me feel better or not. But also, I have to ask what I'm getting out of doing this to myself, and to her, and to Juliet. Sitting here silently, stewing in my emotions, what felt like a burning rage last night now feels less explosive. I do wish they'd been more honest with me, but they were both just trying to be nice. It's not like I haven't done things before that haven't done things they were afraid of before, like run away. When that's the case, is it really okay to still be upset with them? Sorting through the complicated emotions is difficult. I like when things are straightforward, and I know to be sad or mad or something else. Right now, seeing how sad it also made Juliet, now Aspen, doesn't make me feel any better either. If nothing else, I should at least tell them how I feel, or try to. Closing my eyes for a beat, I make my first real decision since leaving for Cosat's grave with Juliet yesterday.
Are you busy tonight? I want to talk with you and Juliet. Together.
Yeah, have a family meetup. Yeah, you need to talk this out. She startles at the sound of my voice. I guess she didn't expect me to say anything else.
I'll be there. Just tell me when.
I don't know yet. I have to ask Juliet, but I'll have her let you know.
Okay, that works for me.
I stand up slowly, and Aspen does the same. I can tell from the way she's fidgety and nervous, though, that something's bothering her. There's a tiny pop as she snaps a paper straw wrapper in half.
Can you tell me one thing, though? Are you leaving?
That's Aspen's greatest fear. She's really worried about that, isn't she? I feel a bit more confident about one thing as I shake my head.
No. I won't go anywhere.
Good, Miho. Oh my god. Well, there's only one place to go, it looks like. Alright, so we're going to the botanical garden. Let me save real quick. Quick save that shit. Alright. Wishing I had more hot tea at this point to swallow down my emotions. After getting back to the library, I made the same request to Juliet about being able to walk together. Not only did she agree, she suggested that we go somewhere else just for a change of pace. We shared a quiet taxi ride to the Botanic Garden, not far from Cosat's grave. Neither of us tried to talk, which suited me fine. I spent the whole ride trying to think about what I want to say. I imagined Juliet the same thing. The taxi driver drops us off as close to the entrance as possible, tipping his hat in thanks as Juliet pays him before driving away, leaving the two of us mostly alone. There are a few people around, but more of them are leaving than entering at this time of the evening. One of those people, a figure sitting on a bench reading, stands up and approaches us. When they step into the light, it turns out to be Aspen.
It's certainly a new feeling to be the one waiting, instead of waited for.
Hi, Aspen.
Good evening, Aspen. I hope we didn't keep you waiting for long.
No, not at all. Besides, I can hardly complain when it gives me an opportunity to catch up on some reading. I thought about exploring the gardens a little, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to find my way back out.
There are worse places to be lost, at least. Thank you for indulging my request to come here in the first place.
Well, it's a good thing that you know a vampire that has like 3 bat friends, so if you're ever lost in the area, she can send out the squad to go find you.
It was a good idea. Not to say the library's gotten boring, but...
We never really go anywhere else?
I feel better now than I did this morning. At least enough to make a couple jokes. A lot of things still weigh heavily on my mind, but I'm determined to not just be an emotionless rock. That wouldn't help anyone.
Precisely. I've never been here before either, so I'm eager to see the gardens.
It's been a while since I've been here myself, but I believe I remember a nice spot I used to visit with.
Like garden date with my nerd and MILF girlfriends. Instead of finishing her sentence, Juliet simply begins walking. Her cane makes a steady click-click sound as it taps against the stone path. Aspen reads off some of the signs that we pass by. Signs which I, of course, have never gotten a second glance at.
Stonebridge Gully. That sounds rather poetic. Perhaps I'll use it in a story sometime. Ah, Pine Hill Path too. Whoever named these gardens was having fun, weren't they?
Yeah, they all do sound like stuff you would put in like a mystery book. Juliet still seems preoccupied, not ignoring us, but not seeming to pay much attention either. She does wait while Aspen pauses to read one of the big signs that talk about the gardens. She writes a little bit in her notebook and then scurries back to us.
Sorry, one of the photos there caught my eye and I wanted to take some notes for further research. I hadn't realized there was more to this park than just this one garden.
Really? Like what?
There's an old estate for one thing. Also another garden just for native plants. There's even a cemetery not far away that's apparently part of it.
The steady rhythm of Juliet's cane misses beats, but she keeps walking. After a short uphill stroll, we reach our destination. A small brick path juts off the main road, leading to an overlook covered by a glass roof. There are a couple of benches around, but all of them are unoccupied.
Would this do?
Oh, Juliet, it's breathtaking.
I have to agree. And me too, I'd love to have a date in this thing here. Goddamn. Aspen walks slowly to the edge of the overlook, pressing a hand against the glass as she looks out over the view. I stand beside her and do the same. We're higher up than I thought, with a good view of the rest of the botanic garden from here. I even spot the main gate. Far across, the same rolling green hills that I noticed a couple days ago tower over us. Though she smiles, Juliet doesn't join us, instead sitting down on one of the benches.
What do you think, Miho? How does it compare to some of the sights you've seen?
It's pretty nice. I like the view from up on Mount Victoria better, though.
Oh, it's been quite a while since I went up there. Perhaps I should see it myself sometime and compare.
You should. You can see the library from the top. I used to go up there to clear my head, before I started living at the library.
Yeah, let's have a date at the top of the mountain there, like the shuttery view binocular things.
I'll be sure to invite you along, then.
She lingers for just a moment more, gazing out over the darkening sky before taking a seat on the bench across from Juliet. Oh, hi there, Austin. Bye, how you doing? Only I stay standing, pacing back and forth. No, so you want to have a date in a little gazebo thing? In a botanical garden? Despite the pleasant chatter just a moment ago, now that we're all here and settled, both Aspen and Juliet sit quietly but expectantly, waiting for me to speak first. Since I was the one who asked them to come here, it falls to me to start the conversation. But where to even begin? I've been thinking about that all day, and I've decided that maybe I should just start at the beginning. The very beginning.
I never told you anything about my person, right? About Changin.
They both shake their heads. Taking a deep breath and clearing my throat, I close my eyes and cast my mind back to the forest all those years ago.
I was just a regular fox back then. I don't know how old I was. Foxes don't think like that. All we know about is eating snacks and lying in the sun. That was all I really did, all day long. No hobbies or jobs or responsibilities. Just existing.
Oh god, I feel that. Also, I'm so glad to finally have a white text box where she reads.
I knew what humans were in the same way I knew what leopards and bears were. Big and scary and something to avoid. It was rare to see one in the forest, but it happened. Most of the time, they were noisy enough that you could hear them coming from far away and hide. That was the first thing that was different about my person, Tongyin. I was taking a nap in one of my favorite spots, an old log that had fallen over. Tongyin came all the way over and sat down before they woke me up. And when they did, I panicked. I ran and hid as fast as I could. I think they were surprised too. They didn't try to catch me or stop me. Instead, they kept their distance and tossed me a little bit of the meat they were eating. I didn't trust them and didn't know why they were sharing, but it smelled pretty good. So I grabbed the food and ran away, and eventually they left. When I went back to my log the next day, Tongyin showed up again too. I ran away again, but they still didn't chase me and let me come back on my own. We did the same thing the next day, and the next day, and the next. Then, one day, I was in a new part of the forest. I liked wandering around even as a fox. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, when suddenly, it felt like my leg was on fire. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I'd walked right into a trap that a hunter left. I couldn't move as much as I tried, and it's still the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I was sure I was gonna die.
I really hope that's not foreshadowing.
Finally, Tongyin showed up. At first, I thought they were there to finish me off. Instead, they were worried for me. They knelt down and got my foot out of the trap, and then wrapped it with a part of their shirt to stop it from bleeding. That was when I finally figured out they weren't going to hurt me. I kept going to the grove to see them, and they kept being there. I let them get close enough to touch me after that. Still, they didn't do it much. It was only to check on my leg and make sure it was healing okay. One day I went, and they were waiting like always, but they brought a lot more food than usual. And they gave it all to me, hardly eating anything themselves. After I was finished, we sat together for a while. They sat on my log, and I laid in the grass nearby. Finally, they got up like usual and set two things on the ground. One was a bag of food, the same as they had just given me. The other was a little paper scroll. They patted me on the head for the first and only time.
Yo, who in chat wants head pats for the first and only time?
Then, they left our grove. At the time, I didn't think that day was anything special, other than the extra snacks. But it was the last time I'd ever see them. When I came back the next day, they weren't there. I waited, just in case they were late, but they never showed up. The scroll they left and some of the food were still there. Other animals had taken a lot of the food, but they didn't want the paper.
That's a sweet way of answering that, Ralph. You want the first time, but not the only time.
I took the scroll with me when I left. I didn't know what it was, but it was theirs, so it had to be important. My only option was to carry it in my mouth. I went back again the next day, expecting them to show up, but they never did. Once I did,
Whoops.
it was all I could think about. I kept looking for them, but I couldn't find them, as much as I wanted to. I didn't even know why I wanted to see them so badly. Just that I did. While I was thinking about that, I started to choke. Something came out of nowhere and was stuck in my throat.
Was it the little magical bead?
Finally, I coughed it up.
Yeah.
A bead. I'd never seen it before, and definitely never swallowed it. I left it and went back to my den, but it was waiting for me there too. No matter where I went, it was always waiting. So finally, I touched it with my nose. Everything after that happened so fast. 1 second I was there, just a normal fox. The next, I was in this new form. Not sure how or why. Some things came to me naturally, like using my new body and walking on 2 feet, and even how to turn back into a fox. But I still thought like an animal and acted like one. I didn't know any words that I could even think with. I had to learn those, and all kinds of other human behaviors the hard way, after getting chased away from villages and strangers that I met. Over time, I learned how to hide and blend in, and steal, and just how to survive.
By the way, her voice actor for this long soliloquy is like just smooth as butter.
I followed Jungin's scent all the way to the ocean. I'd never seen so much water, not even close. I had no idea how huge it was. I boarded a ship like Jungin had, not knowing that it would take me somewhere different than the one they took. And I've been looking for them ever since.
When I open my eyes again, they're heavy with tears. But this time I don't try to hide them. I didn't mean to talk for so long, but once I started remembering, everything else just came naturally. Turning to face Aspen and Juliet, I see that they're crying too.
Oh, Miho. They sound like they were a wonderful person.
I can see why you never stopped searching for them. They were truly special, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they really were.
Remembering how their hand felt on my head, and the softness of their touch as I inspected my leg, those thoughts hurt as much as the hunter's trap did. But also, they make me smile, too. I've often worried that they might have forgotten me, but I don't think they did. They only knew me as a fox before I had any magic, so their memories should have stayed intact. Those days weren't long, but they were special. To me, and I hope to Jungin too. I don't want to let them become painful memories. I want to smile when I think about them.
Anyway, I'm sorry for getting so mad at you yesterday, Juliet. And for how I acted this morning with you, Aspen. I know that you both just wanted to keep me from getting hurt. But that's another thing, too. It feels like you're always looking after me, or taking care of me.
Your fault.
There are lots of things I'm still learning, but I'm not weak. I've taken care of myself for a long time, you know. So, I don't want it to be like that anymore. I want you to be honest with me from now on. Both of you. Even if it's something that would make me sad or angry.
They're so like healthy with each other in this game, man. Like Aspen asserting her needs unlike a normal bottom the other day. Like, they're so well adjusted.
I promise that I won't run away without saying anything. I won't just disappear no matter what happens. Because if we're really friends, then we should trust each other, right? That's one of the things I've learned.
Having said everything I wanted to, I finally sit down, taking a spot between the two of them, just like at breakfast every morning. For a second, the three of us sit there quietly. Then Juliet begins to speak.
I hear what you say, Miho. And I agree. You're not the only one still learning things, you know? I have a long way to go to. For years, I felt it for the best to remain open, but guarded. If I maintained a comfortable distance, even from those I call my dearest friends, then I would be protecting myself. By never getting to know anyone too well, by withholding any meaningful details of my life, I thought to avoid the pain of loss again.
Yeah, remember what she's saying here. Because this is an important lesson for all y'all. and for me in some situations.
But all I've done is keep myself from experiencing that joy of companionship again, while even causing hurt to others. I'm not too experienced when it comes to being honest to myself. Or perhaps only honest to a point. But you're right, Miho. That isn't how it should be. From here on out, I'll endeavor to be more open, more real, with both of you. For myself, and for you.
Yeah, Juliet's calling out everybody in chat right now. Juliet looks in our direction, but in particular in Aspen right now. Also, I am a part of chat. There's a message of mine up there, so that does count me.
As such, Aspen, there's something that I'd like to tell you.
She gonna say it? Are we about to be a big lesbian polygamy? Oh my fucking god, my heart just dropped hearing that. She began. Oh shit, never mind. Never mind. I thought she was gonna tell Aspen, like, Aspen, I love you. She begins telling Aspen about Cosette, which I probably should have guessed she was gonna do, in much the same way she told me yesterday. I sit quietly and think about what she said. Hearing Juliet describe herself reminds me of me. In the end, we've both always been running away, haven't we? Did you say get edged, loser? This is emotional edging right now. I hope you realize that. Despite how perfect and put together Juliet's always seemed, she's actually been struggling just as much. She was better at holding it in than me. As Juliet recounts the vow she made in honor of Cosette, I see Aspen is listening with rapt attention, like when she gets really absorbed in one of her books. When Juliet finishes her story, both of them have to wipe their eyes. Aspen rummages about in her bag and pulls out a small pack of tissues, offering one to Juliet before noisily blowing her nose and wiping her eyes.
God, that's certainly a lot to take in. Thank you for telling me, though. Cosette sounds like she was a wonderful person, just like Johnine. I wish I could have met her.
I wonder if Aspen in some way is kind of how Juliet, like, coped with it. By taking in somebody else that was almost daughter-like to her.
I wish you could have as well. She would have had endless stories to recount, and I know she would have loved to share them.
As for all the other stuff, first of all, I promise, to both of you, I want us to be truly friends as well. I don't have anything quite so dramatic in my past, but I certainly know how it feels to be performative. I can hardly fault you for curating your self-image when I do the same thing.
I think she is probably a victim to, like, performative sexuality or something, if I had to guess. She's had to act straight for so much of her life.
It's kind of funny, actually, and a little scary to hear you talk about Cosette and Zhuangyin. Because, as someone who will one day be past tense, I often wonder about how I'll be remembered when I'm gone.
Don't make me think about that, please. Also, let me turn my air conditioner down because the condenser just kicked in real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, I get you. I get you, Ralph. There's always that sort of existential dread. About will what I'm doing earn me the ability to be remembered? And I think that we tend to overthink. We tend to overthink what we need to be remembered, in a way. But the other thing I think with Aspen is I see that, like, I think she's been quite sheltered, but she's also probably had to perform as a person that she's really not. That's at least my read on her, based off of stuff that I don't know. But yeah, you know, somebody who hasn't done anything especially large in their life. I don't know, let's take like a streamer, for example. That streamer is just funny and nice to be around. That person, you'll still remember. And all they did for you was play a video game in front of you. But that doesn't mean that their actions are any less of value than, say, like somebody that you see and like they maybe help you fix something important or what have you. But that person is no less of value. And like Aspen here is struggling with overthinking the idea of how much she'll be remembered for, when I think that just the way the impact that she leaves on people is enough to make sure that she is remembered. She doesn't need any specific deeds to be done, or she doesn't need to meet any qualifications. Yeah, it's a little act going a long way. You know, she doesn't need to do something to be remembered. She just needs to treat people well, essentially. And people will have an effect on them, whether you think so or not. Act the way people want, put on the mask people expect. You play the, yeah, that's also the truth. And I expect that she also has issues with putting on a mask of someone that she might not be. And she only really gets to throw away that mask when she's with these people, and when she's in the library. When she's in the library, like, being taken away by the books that she reads into another life. You're imploring me to watch Frieren? I mean, I can watch Frieren soon. I'm almost done with Beaufort. So, alright, let's continue on here. Violet, you just want me to fucking have an emotional meltdown. Which I'll do. I'll gladly have an emotional meltdown.
Not that I expect that to be any time soon, but still, I hope that someone speaks of me just as fondly someday.
And they will.
There will be more than enough time for me to worry about that in the future, though. Right now, I'm glad we had this conversation. It was worth the near panic attack I had earlier, wondering what would be said tonight.
Me too. I still have a lot to think about, and I'm still sad. But I don't want to be sad forever. I know it's not what they would have wanted for me either. But I do know that I'm lucky I met you two, and that you're my friends. I want it to stay like that.
I'm still emotionally recovering from this man. My cheeks burn from saying something like that out loud for the first time ever. But I liked saying it, because it's true. Although I'd already made up my mind to stay, it's sitting here in the middle of the gardens that I know I made the right decision. For all the doubts I had, all the struggles, I'm thankful that it happened. And I can finally admit that to myself. Maybe it won't turn out the way I expected, but for once, I'm content with my life right now.
Well said. And don't worry, Miho. We're not going anywhere.
Even if it's not always perfect, it doesn't need to be. Just like Juliet.
Oh, Miho, I'm glad too. The first time you stepped into the Bell House was one of the luckiest days of my life.
All I have to do is keep trying, like Aspen. So maybe another first time would be appropriate. Hopping up from the bench, I grab Aspen's hand and Juliet's hand and pull them to their feet too. Then, spreading my arms as wide as I can, I pull them both into a hug. I don't know why that hit me. Of all things. Here's your computer background right here. Or maybe your new phone background. Right there. Me and who? We all need a group hug here. Who wants to hit me with emotes? Without hesitation, I feel them embrace me in return. From that first day at the cafe all the way to now. It's chilly out here in the gardens, in the cool evening air. But it's warm in Aspen and Juliet's arms. Oh, you just got me. And I smile to myself, and to them. And to anyone who may be watching.
Mine too.
Got the little fangy in there. After spending a bit more time walking around the gardens last night, Juliet and I went back to the library, and Aspen took a bus back to her apartment. Once we got back, I fell asleep almost immediately, my brain finally getting some relief from all the emotions of the past few days. In the morning, once I go downstairs for breakfast, it's pleasantly familiar. Toast, eggs, and fruit like always, and a conversation about books and work in Wellington. After cleaning up, but before Aspen departs, Juliet clears her throat.
By the way, Aspen, I do believe this weekend is a special occasion. Am I correct?
I had been trying to ignore that until now, but yes.
Wait, what? What happens this weekend?
This Friday is my birthday. A brutal reminder that, like we just discussed, time won't wait for me.
Whoa! Humans have parties for that, right? Are you gonna have a party?
No, I'm not turning 12.
How old are you turning?
Not 12?
I thought parties were a thing you got to do your whole life. That's not fair that only 12-year-olds get to have them.
Oh, she's so good.
It's not like that. They're just one of those things that you grow out of.
Why?
Why what?
Why do you grow out of them?
Her brow gets some more creases, like she's trying to explain this as much to herself as to me.
It's just part of being an adult. You get older and older and you reach the real world and then you don't feel like having a party, I suppose. When you're young, it's exciting getting older because there's so much you can't do as a child. Once you're an adult, you realize that what you thought adult life would be like isn't real. So instead of being excited that there's cake and ice cream, you start worrying about how many calories are in each.
What's a calorie?
Never mind.
You know,
What's a calorie?
Miho has a point.
She does?
I do!
You're never too old to have fun, as you both went out of your way to remind me. 25 can be just as much a reason to celebrate as 5.
I suppose you're right. For the record, I'm only turning 24. Thank you very much.
Oh, she young?
Still, I'm not the partying type. Plus, I told my parents I'd go visit them this weekend.
Calories are the little numbers you just ate. Oh. never mind.
Just for a day, mind. I'll be back well before 24 hours have passed.
That's wonderful. I'm sure they'll be overjoyed to see you.
I'm sure they will be, at least for a little while. I still wouldn't want to stay for more than a weekend, even without Miho to keep in mind. Longer than that, and my mum and I would probably go crazy. I'm not leaving Welly until late Saturday evening.
Welly?
though. Would you mind going with me to the bus stop on that day, Miho? Just to be extra safe.
Yeah, of course.
Even without a party, would you let us treat you to dinner on Friday evening? We can go wherever you like.
That would be nice, thank you. No gifts, though. It won't be a party.
That's easy, because I wouldn't know what to get you anyway. Where do you want to go?
Get her a gift card to Barnes & Noble.
I'm not sure yet, but I'll let you two know. Maybe you can come over on Friday evening, and we'll go from there.
Come over? Where?
To my apartment? I do have my own place to live, you know. And, well, it isn't anything special, but I felt I should at least let you two see it. Only if you want to.
I'm gonna take this chat, crank you like right there, if that's okay. It'll be a little awkward for Final Fantasy XIV, but I keep looking at it, and I keep being like, it needs to change.
Of course I want to!
I mean it. It's the definition of average. I'm not even sure if it can fit 3 people.
I lived in a dirt hole for most of my life. I can handle anything.
Good point. You'll feel right at home then.
I'd
Jesus.
love to come visit as well. Thank you for the invitation.
Great. I'll clean up and make sure the cats are on their best behavior. It's been
Cats.
quite a while since we've had company.
I can't wait!
The 3 of us chit-chat for a little bit longer until it's time for us to split up for the day.
Miho, do you have any plans for the day?
Not yet. Why?
I was planning to go see a movie soon.
Yes,
Would
movie
you
date.
like to come with me?
Let's do it.
You're more than welcome to, of course, Juliet, but I imagine it's rather late for you.
A notebook for poetry, interesting thought.
Unfortunately so. I'll be up a while longer, but I wouldn't be able to make it through an entire movie. I hope that you enjoy it, though.
I understand. Miho, it's fine if you don't want to come along, but the showing starts in an hour, so we'd need to leave soon. I prefer to get there before it's crowded.
Watch a movie with Aspen. Watch a movie with Aspen. You know I'm the #1 Aspen simp. I mean, obviously this is a romance option choice here, but my mind's made up. Even though I know that you guys would think that I would go for a vampire. I mean, I can hard save.
Sure, I'll go. It's like watching a really big TV, right?
Precisely. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Have fun, both
Run
of
2
you.
clients at
I'll
once,
see you
yeah,
two
like,
later.
just make 2 Mihos.
See ya!
Good night!
With that, Juliet waves goodbye and goes to bed.
Are you ready to go?
Yep, I am.
Aspen leads the way outside and down the road.
So what movie are we gonna see?
It's based off a book that I read a long time ago. I should have mentioned that it's a horror movie. That won't be a problem for you, right?
Nah, it's fine. What's a horror movie?
A scary movie. This one's about a creepy clown.
Oh,
that
she's going to see
terrorizes
it.
a small town.
A clown? How is that scary?
Well, he's not a regular clown, although those are frightening enough on their own. You'll just have to see, I suppose.
Alright. I didn't know you liked scary things.
I don't watch them that often, but like I said, I read the book a long time ago, so I already know what happens. It's just interesting to see how well it gets translated to the screen. If it ends up being too much for you, just let me know. Not everyone has the stomach for these sorts of films.
I don't think it is even that bad, really. But I don't know.
Okay.
The movie theater is on the same street as the Bell House, but a lot further down. It's the one that Juliet showed me before. Back then, I told her that I didn't think I'd be interested in scary movies. But here I am anyway. It's not something I'd go to see myself, though. Aspen pays for both our tickets, saying I can just pay her back later. We go inside through a pair of glass doors like the ones at the museum.
Do you want any snacks?
Of course! What do they have?
Ears.
Well, traditionally you have popcorn at the movies. They also have candy and other things too. If you'd like, we can share some popcorn.
There's some popcorn.
Sounds good. I've never had popcorn from a machine like that before.
Let's change that then.
Aspen goes up to the counter and places our order while I wait. Nearby. Oh, shit.
Whoa, that's huge!
I went to check something in OBS. A minute later, she approaches me carrying an enormous tub of popcorn. It's at least as big as my head, ears and all.
Considering how much they charge for it, it's only fair. Come on, let's go sit down.
I follow her down the hallway and through another door, where I finally get my first look at a movie screen.
Whoa! That's huge too!
I get the really low gamma pog face here. It makes my TV look like a toy in comparison. In fact, it's probably bigger than my entire room. We go up some stairs and then sit down in one of the back rows near the middle. Aspen holds a bucket of popcorn in her lap and grabs a handful right as something starts to play on the screen. Immediately, my ears are assaulted by blaring music and booming speech. With the sound coming from all around, I instinctively cover my ears at first.
Is it supposed to be this loud?
I know, right? I have to yell to make myself heard.
Yes, but we're not. It's like the library. These are just previews for other movies that are coming out soon. But once the real thing starts, we're not supposed to talk. Although, it's not like there are many other people around that we'd be disturbing.
She's right. We're the only people in the theater right now. This must be why she wanted to see the movie this early in the day. Eventually, I get used to the volume level. I grab a handful of popcorn from the bucket to munch on, and I'm surprised by how tasty it is.
Whoa! This?
I slap my other hand over my mouth to shut myself up, which makes Aspen laugh. She leans over to whisper,
It's fine. We won't bother anyone. It's just good to know for the next time you see a movie.
Oh. Okay. This is really good.
We sit through a few minutes worth of previews before our movie finally begins. Aspen and I, mostly me if I'm being honest, are almost halfway through the popcorn already. The movie gets right into the action. Within the first couple minutes, the clown Aspen mentioned is already causing chaos. I thought clowns were supposed to be funny, but apparently this one didn't get the memo. I'm not bored, but I'm not exactly scared either. At one point, there's a loud bang as the evil cloud jumps out of the darkness. Beside me, Aspen jumps in her seat, almost spilling the popcorn on the floor. Embarrassed, she wraps her arms tighter around it so it doesn't happen again. The movie lasts a lot longer than I expected. By the time we leave, it's almost lunchtime. Although I'm too full of popcorn to be hungry. Stepping out into the sunlight, I notice Aspen's face is pale as she wipes her hands on her blouse.
So, how did you like it?
It was alright. I don't think I was ever very scared, though.
That's good. I thought I would be okay since I knew what was going to happen, but it startled me a few times.
She really tried.
Yeah, I noticed.
At one point, she was even covering her eyes.
Well, there's a reason I don't watch those types of movies very often. I'm glad you had a nice time, though.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Maybe next time we can see something that's easier to watch.
You know, Mio hasn't been clued in that when that happens, you're supposed to, like, you know, take the other person's arm or something to help reassure them. Finally, Aspen manages a smile.
Yes, I'd like that.
Alright, where are we going, chat? We can go anywhere we want, it looks like. Because there's no issues right now that we have to take care of. So, do you have any ideas? Because I was thinking, maybe the garden? I want to say the den. Okay, so we gotta vote for the den. Anyone else? Before I do the den? Alright. I think we'll just we'll go in there. Oh wait, I can't go to the den. Yeah, it's grayed out. Whoops. I like clicked on it and nothing happened. Yeah, what do you think, Lana? Time for the garden? I'll do garden. Yeah, let's do garden. The botanical garden is doing some sort of flower competition today. It seems a dozen locals grew their very own lily flowers and brought a pot of them in for judgment. Anyone visiting the gardens today can place a sticker on the pot of the flowers they like the most, and a winner will be rewarded with some gardening supplies. Why is everywhere in Wellington so wholesome 100% of the time? That's what I want to know. Obviously, I don't know the first thing about what makes a good flower, but I enjoy seeing lilies of all shapes, colors, and sizes in one place. I ultimately find myself to a pot of gold lilies. Clean. Oh, we got a double right here. Let's smack him a couple of times. That's one. That's two. We got a double bot today. Clean and pretty and healthy as can be. They look so opulent. I placed one of the provided stickers on their pot, taking a quick glance around to see that the competition is rather stiff. I'm sure all the flowers were grown with lots of care and love, so whoever wins will surely deserve it. I'm not going to stick around to see who wins, but I'm wishing my little guys the best of luck. Alright, oh, we got another choice to make. We can't go to the den. What about the cafe? Let's quick save that. Alright, I'm gonna go to the cafe. I noticed from pictures all around the cafe that they're advertising some kind of new drink that has bananas and chocolate in it. Feeling a little burnt out of my usual, I decide to be adventurous. Can I get that one? I point at one of the advertising pictures on the counter. Oh, the banana slamma frappe-orama? The employee grimaces a little while she says it, as if embarrassed to have uttered it all. She quickly adds, "The name is a work in progress. Aspen asked me when I want to name the new frappe, and it was all I could think of on the spot. I'm really sorry." I don't know what apologizing to me will really do. I just kind of smile and shrug, handing her my money. Needless to say, the next time I visit the Bell House, all the signs for the new drink are mysteriously gone. Oh yeah, another... okay. Aspen's Own her birthday party now. Later in the evening, Aspen sends a message to Juliet to let her know that she's ready for us to come over, and the two of us walk down to the address she gave us. Juliet leads the way, of course, since I don't know many of the streets by name. We eventually arrive in an unremarkable-looking apartment building, just a few stories tall and without many decorations out front.
This is the place. I believe she's on the ground floor.
Not too far away, one of the doors swings open and Aspen pokes her head out to wave us over.
Miho, Juliet, over here. Aspen!
She holds the door open with one hand while pushing something away with her feet.
No! Stay back, you two.
We got the cats! I freeze, halfway to where she is.
What's wrong?
I said, no, not you, Miho. I'm talking to the cats.
Of course she's a cat, Lady Lana. You wish that you could dress like Aspen? There's nobody telling you that you can't dress out like Aspen, alright? If you want to dress like Aspen, you dress like fucking Aspen. If you want to dress like Aspen and Mio had a baby, you also dress like that. Aspen gestures for us to come inside while keeping an eye on the floor. Juliet and I hurry in, and Aspen shuts the door behind us.
Well, ta-da! Or something.
Whoa!
The entire place is just one room, except for a small bathroom. Right across from the door is a tiny kitchen area with a fridge, stove, and microwave. Where are the cats? Everything else is basically a bedroom. There's a dresser, a small desk with a computer, and Aspen's bed itself. Some luggage and boxes are scattered around, which I'm guessing were part of Aspen's cleanup.
I hope that was the good kind of whoa.
Who's trying to fill up your pretty dress fund? Well, you know, go, oh, it does have some Life is Strange vibes to it. You're right about that. Although Life is Strange tends to, like, nail the feeling of a very personal room. You say, awesome pie, well, make a stream, get affiliate, and then make a bits goal for it.
It's lovely, Aspen. I adore the fairy lights and plants. They make it feel very welcoming.
Juliet.
Thank you for having us.
Juliet thinks it's very squalid.
Yeah, thanks. It was a good whoa, don't worry.
I didn't really have any expectations, but I'm still kind of surprised by how small it is. I figured she'd been exaggerating that part at least a little bit. The decorations make it feel fitting for Aspen, though. Two pairs of green eyes peek at us from around the corner, and both cats go dashing under the bed as we step further in.
Sorry there's not more space to sit down. You can see why I don't have company over very often. You can sit on the bed if you'd like. Or the computer chair.
Oh, it's fine. I'm okay on the floor.
Back of my neck right here. I take a seat with my back against the dresser, while Juliet sits down on the bed as invited. Aspen ends up taking the sole chair for herself. Almost as soon as I sit down, I spring back up, remembering the occasion.
Oh yeah! Happy birthday!
Yes, happy birthday, Aspen. Here's to another wonderful year.
Thank you. This year has been pretty good, I must say.
Narrowing my eyes, I inspect Aspen, who notices and frowns at me.
Can I help you?
You don't look any older.
I'm glad to hear that. It doesn't just happen overnight on your birthday, though. Not that you would be aware of that, I suppose. Anyway, enough about that. Are you too hungry? We've already done everything there is to do here, I believe. Now you understand why I never have people over.
It's fine. I don't mind just sitting around. But yeah, I'm always ready to eat.
My neck is so stiff today.
Have you decided where you want to go?
I think so. There's a seafood restaurant that isn't too far away that I enjoy. but don't go to very often. Does that work for both of you?
I'm okay with anything. I just like food.
Yeah, same, Mia, that's me. I don't care where someone wants to take me as long as I have food. Yes, I want a neck massage. I need someone to get their vibrator over here and, like, smash it into my neck muscles until I can't move anymore. In a good way. Of course, in a good way.
Indeed. It's your birthday, so we'll have whatever you want.
All right, all right. Let's get going then.
The restaurant is a bit of a walk from Aspen's apartment, but it's a nice day, so I don't mind. We end up at the pier, not too far from the museum I visited. It's not a very big place, but it's bigger than the Bell House. Half of it juts out over the ocean itself. We had seated right away, at a long table with metal stools.
It sure smells fishy.
It's supposed to. That means it's fresh.
Our waiter brings 3 menus, setting one in front of each of us, and promises to come back to take our order soon. Aspen and Juliet both pick up their menus and start to flip through, so I do the same.
Let me know if you need help reading anything, Miho.
Thanks.
Fortunately, there are plenty of pictures. The Bell House could learn a thing or two from here. I'm even able to read some of the words, like fish and corn. But there are others that I don't recognize at all.
What do you usually get here, Aspen?
Well, they're most well known for their crab, although it's very messy. And expensive, so I've never had it. I usually get the clam chowder or fish and chips if I want to hate myself later.
I'll get some. She ever had some New England clam chowder? I'll hook her up with that.
Oh. What's chowder?
It's like a thick soup.
Oh. Isn't it hard to eat clams? I've tried before, but I couldn't get past the shells.
Oh my fucking god.
They do that for you. No shells involved.
Whoa! That's nice of them.
Miho Pog.
I'm sure they'd be glad to hear that. Is there something you usually order when you go out to eat?
Oh, I've never been to a restaurant before. Unless you count the Bell House. Well, not as a paying customer at least. But I know how they work because I've seen them on TV.
I hope you enjoy your first time then.
I will.
Both of you, feel free to order whatever you'd like. Don't worry about the price.
Don't worry, I wasn't.
A nearby door swings open, and for a second I can see into the kitchen as another waiter comes out, carrying a big bucket. A number of spiny claws and legs poke out of it.
Wait. Is that...
They take the bucket to another table and set it down, along with a big pile of napkins.
The crab? Yes.
I watch intently, curious to see how these people are going to get past the shells.
You shouldn't stare, you know.
I ignore her. I have to know. They grab some utensils that I've never seen before and use those to crack the shells. I watch fascinated while they do. Turning back to Aspen and Juliet, I've made up my
I
mind.
want that!
Clams were too hard, but I used to love eating crab. It's been a long, long time since I've had it, though.
It would be nice to try at least once.
Sounds like it's settled then.
Our waiter shows up, a few glasses of water in hand, and Juliet orders for all of us. The waiter takes the menus back, saying our food should be out before too long. You know Juliet's the top, because she's the one ordering the food for everybody else. I sip my water and look around, enjoying the new experience.
Have you ever been here before, Juliet?
I haven't. As I'm sure you know, I don't go out to eat very often. I've been to similar restaurants before, though.
You went to the Bell House back when it first opened, didn't you? I seem to recall you telling me that once.
I did, yes. I can still remember what I had. A chai latte with a blueberry
Hold on.
scone.
Hold on. I need to manage my goals. Fuck. I can't set a bits goal right now. I was gonna set an impromptu bits goal for a blueberry scone. But I can't. Unfortunately.
Were you working there yet?
Oh no, it was a few years before I came to Welly.
Welly?
Although, Regina, my boss, wants to expand. There's going to be a second location opening in a couple months. She asked me if I would consider being store manager.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, congratulations! That's quite the honor.
You'd get to run the whole
Oh my
place?
god, drop my stylus.
I would still be
Miho
working
Pog.
for her, but otherwise, yes. I haven't decided if I want to do it or not, though. It would be a lot more work and responsibility, obviously. It would take up much more of my time, too. I'm not sure if I want to put myself through that.
That's understandable. I do think you'd be well suited for it, though.
Yeah, you already do a lot at the other Bell House.
Thanks. Yes, it is tempting. I told her I'll think about it and give her an answer by the end of next month. The building it'll be in is already a coffee shop, so it won't take too long to convert. It all depends on some other things, really.
Like what?
Well, for one, I'd been thinking about keeping this a secret until I hear back, but
Oh,
I
okay.
finally finished a draft of my manuscript.
Well, tell me about
I
it.
sent it off to a few publishers to see what they think.
Oh, congratulations, Aspen. That's a stunning achievement.
Yeah! What are you gonna do with all your free time now?
Thank you. That's a good question. I'm sure I'll spend plenty of it worrying. Other
Sure,
than that,
plenty of it
I'll
wor-
find
yeah,
some
okay,
other
I
ways
get
to fill
you.
my day.
Yeah, same. I need to schedule out my daily worry time.
If all goes well, then I won't have time to help out at the new store. I'm getting rather ahead of myself, though. It's only been a little over a week since I submitted it.
Oh. I hope it works out for you.
Me too.
We sit and talk about the usual stuff for maybe 15 or 20 minutes before a waiter comes out of the kitchen carrying a giant bucket like the one we saw earlier. Aspen and I both gasp in awe as they place it on the table before us with a flourish, giving us a stack of napkins and tools like the other group.
Well, let's not just stare. Dig in!
You have to schedule that in your daily worry time? Yeah, I feel ya. The daily worry time is usually 4 a.m.
I don't even know where to start.
I grab one of the pieces closest to me. It's hot, so I drop it on my plate. Aspen does the same thing with a yelp of pain. Juliet, on the other hand, seems totally unbothered as she calmly claims a portion for herself. Leaning in close, I blow on my food to try to cool it down. While I do, I watch Juliet to observe how she does it. She smiles when she notices me watching and turns her hands to give me a better view as she uses the tool to crack the shell and get the meat. Aspen seems to know what she's doing too, once it's cool enough for her to handle. Now I just need to give it a try. I try to mimic what I saw Juliet do, and after a moment of squeezing really hard, it finally works.
That was a lot easier than trying to use my own claws.
I should hope so.
I should hope, yeah. I pile it onto my fork and take a big bite, finally getting to enjoy my prize. I feel my eyes go wide with how good it is.
Enjoying it?
Yeah!
I quickly finish the piece I was eating and then rush to grab another one. It's a lot easier to crack now that I know what I'm doing. For a while, the only sounds coming from our table are those of us enjoying our food and the occasional sip of water. When our waiter comes by to give us refills, they look a little shocked at how much we've already gone through. When the bucket is finally empty, and I sadly toss the shell of my last piece into the waste bag, Juliet seems to pick up on it.
Are you still hungry, Miho?
Hungry? No. Do I want to eat more? Yes. That was delicious.
You know the Japanese word for eating because your mouth is lonely, not because you're hungry? That's what I felt today. And every day. Juliet glances at Aspen, who shrugs.
I could eat more.
The next time the waiter passes by, Juliet flags them down with a smile.
Could we get a second order of this, please?
It feels like it may as well be my birthday instead of Aspen's. By the time we get through the second bucket, even I can't eat anymore. We leave the restaurant in a bit of a daze.
I don't know if I've ever been this full in my life.
Me too. I think I'm set on crab for a long time now. Thanks for dinner though, Juliet. It was wonderful.
You really shouldn't kiss after eating seafood. I'm one to talk though because I went out to Indian once and well, we had the 4 out of 5 star 4 out of 5 star spicy and then kissed, and when your lips are already kind of burning from that sensation, it's an interesting feeling.
Of course. It was my pleasure. I hope you've had a nice birthday.
I certainly have. Now, if I can make it back home, I'll call it a success. I feel like I've put on several kilos just from that meal.
Kilos.
Would you like me to call you a taxi?
No, it's fine. Walking some of this off will be good for me. I still have to pack and get ready for tomorrow.
Juliet is so protective.
I suppose Miho
In a
and
good
I
way.
will head home as well then. Does that sound okay, Miho?
Yeah. Let's just walk slow.
Still, I managed a weak wave.
Bye, Aspen. Happy birthday again.
Thank you again. Good night to you both. I'll see you two tomorrow.
Aspen trudges off, but Juliet somehow seems unfazed.
Shall we be off?
Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the long walk home.
Yeah. Let's go.
We get a boardwalk scene. Okay. The afternoon of Aspen's departure, she's unusually quiet. Although she shows up to breakfast like normal, she barely says a word throughout the whole meal, other than things like yes please and no thanks. On the way, she keeps checking her phone and messing with her face and clothes. I can tell something must be on her mind. I figure she's just antsy about her trip, so I don't bring it up or try to talk to her. Instead, Juliet and I mostly chat, until we're done eating and the dishes are cleaned up. Yeah, I can already tell that Juliet's got some of that, like, doesn't like to be at home mentality. Because she's not totally accepted there, I don't think. The moment we're finished, Aspen perks up a little bit.
Miho, are you ready to go to the bus station?
Yeah. This way, you have as much time as possible to get back.
Precisely. Thank you.
Or maybe she's a little bit worried because she thinks that if she's gone too long, then she might forget about Miho, and that matters more to her than anything else.
Of course.
Before departing, Juliet approaches Aspen and gives her a hug. From the outside, I realize that hugs look kind of weird. People have come up with the strangest ways to show that they care about each other.
Safe travels, Aspen. Let us know when you get there.
Will do. I won't have reception while traveling, but I'll send a message as soon as I'm home.
How long's your trip?
If it was by car, only a couple hours. It'll be closer to 4 by bus, though. I'll take an early one on the way back tomorrow, just to be safe.
Oh, welcome back home. Also, I want some food.
Ample reading time, it sounds like.
Oh, yes.
She drums her fingers on a book tucked into her back.
Patricia and I have a lot of catching up to do.
Although she's still fidgety, it seems like Aspen's remembered how to speak. What kind of food do I want? Well, I was gonna make a bits goal for blueberry scones, and then I realized I can't make a bits goal. After spending an unusually long amount of time adjusting her skirt and hair, she finally faces me brightly.
Well, shall we be off, Miho?
Yep.
Goodbye, Aspen. Good night, Miho.
Bye. Later.
That was quite a door. Aspen holds the front door open for me as we exit the library.
Where exactly is the bus station?
Not too far from my apartment. We'll pass it by on the way there.
Should we stop by and say hi to the cats? I'm sure they'd love to see me.
I want to know more about Miho's relationship with Aspen's cats. Do they like her?
They're going to be angry enough at me for leaving for a day. I'm not sure I want to traumatize them right before I go.
Traumatize.
Dang it. I've never gotten along with cats.
Have you known many?
Only a few. Some of the strays have some really good stories to tell.
The two of us walk along in silence for a little bit before Aspen pokes me on the shoulder. I've gotten more used to physical contact like that, but it still surprises me every time.
What's it like talking to an animal, anyway? How do you do it?
I'm not sure. It was just something that I knew how to do, like making a den. A lot of the time, you can just feel what they mean without saying it. I don't know how to put it.
No, that makes sense. There are some things that you just can't put into words, as much as you'd like to.
Subliminal messaging.
Exactly! I have the problem a lot. I'll bet you don't, though.
No, she does.
You'd lose that bet quite handily. Why, I'd say I struggle to put things into words more than anything.
Really? How? I thought you loved writing.
Writing is one thing.
I do, usually, but it's not that simple. Sometimes you just can't use any old words. You have to use the right ones.
I like where this is going.
And often that means going through lots and lots of the wrong ones until you find them.
Sorry, I was checking something real
I
quick.
think it's easier the way animals do it.
It certainly sounds like it. I often wonder if I could talk to Percy and Byron, what they would have to say.
I can't believe she named her cats Percy and Byron. That's so like her.
Maybe they just complain about me not feeding them enough or something.
Yeah, my cat likes to lie to people that I haven't fed her. And will start like going up to them and pretending like she's in a panic needing food.
Do you want me to ask them?
It's tempting, but no thanks. As long as I don't know for a fact that they're saying rude things, I can convince myself that they're not. Rather like that other cat in the box.
Cats like being in boxes, so they probably wouldn't be complaining.
Not quite what I meant, but I'll take it.
For a bit, Aspen hums quietly to herself while we walk. I don't know if she knows that I can hear her. Even though she's more chatty, there's still something that seems a little off about Aspen. I can't quite place my finger on what it is, though. At one point, she checks her phone and starts to walk a little bit quicker.
Are you looking forward to going home?
If she has to think about it, that kind of answers my question.
I am, yes. But like I said, I prefer to only do so for a day or two at a time.
'Cause of your parents?
A little. They're not really that bad, though. Mum's a worrywart and Dad isn't, so Mum feels like she needs to worry enough for both of them. It's not too bad over the phone. but when I'm there, Mum always tries to convince me to stay and move back. So I tell them they should move out here instead. And Mum goes into why they can't, and it's just tiresome.
Sounds like she cares about you a lot.
She does. And I love her too, don't get me wrong. It's more the town than them. Or rather, the lack thereof.
What do you mean?
They live in the middle of nowhere. Mum loves it out in the countryside and says she can't live without her backyard view and half a kilometre from the nearest neighbours. I, on the other hand, can't live without bookstores and coffee shops and high-speed internet.
Same here. What if you made me scones? I would be very happy. I'd be a very happy grill. You don't know how to bake? Well, maybe Z could make them, you know? They probably know how to bake. Not how to bake, how to bake, right? I sure hope they know how to bake.
So that's why you moved to Wellington?
That's why I moved to Wellington. It seemed like a necessity to make it as an author.
I try to put together the things she's been telling me into one big picture.
Can you only find the right words here?
Exactly. At least, that's what I thought before I came. Turns out that moving to a new city won't magically make you a better writer. Or even a writer at all. Back when I was in school, I used to daydream about what life in the big city must be like. Busy and important things happening during the day, and then nights full of excitement and sparkling wonder. Instead, it's the Bell House, and a tiny apartment the size of my living room back home. I thought if I put myself in this new environment, then I'd grow into the type of person who belonged there.
You know, imagine working at a cafe and being able to afford an apartment.
I learned the hard way that places don't change who we are. Still, better to be struggling to make it in the city than doing nothing out in the boonies, I tell myself.
I think it sounds pretty nice. Peace and quiet, nothing to have to worry about.
That is New Zealand.
Ugh, not you too. That's exactly what my mum says. Trust me, it sounds better hearing about it than living it. Just like Wellington. Or any city, I'd imagine. I'm sure even Wellington must seem like a bore compared to some of the places you've been to. Like Shanghai or Seoul.
Well, yeah. I still like it though. Those cities are too big for me. They're noisy and loud and smell bad, and anything can be dangerous. You have to be on your guard all the time. It's not like that here. The scariest thing I've seen was a movie.
That's true. I'm glad. I'm glad you liked it enough to stay.
Me too.
We're well into the city, pretty far past Cuba Street and the Bell House. Now that I've been there once, I recognize Te Papa, the museum, when we pass by it. By now, there isn't much I don't recognize. I've been all over this part of Wellington enough that I could probably get from here to Mount Victoria with my eyes closed. I memorized other cities the same way when I lived there, but for the most part, once I left, I forgot all about them. I'm not sure I'd ever be able to forget the streets of Wellington, though, even if I wanted to. Instead of humming, Aspen started fidgeting again as we walk, messing with her phone and purse and hat and glasses. I recognized the shops and apartment buildings from the walk to Aspen's house, so we can't be very far from the station.
Are you nervous?
Me? No. Why would I be?
I love the fidgeting
Do
too.
I seem nervous?
Yeah. Is it because of the bus? You don't have to worry about that. I've ridden on them lots of times and they only broke down like once.
No, it's not that.
You can say it, Aspen.
I mean, no, I'm not nervous.
Okay.
I have never seen Aspen more nervous, but I still don't push it. I can hear and smell the bus station before I see it, and then it comes into view. There are 2 or 3 other buses parked or passing through. I wonder if one of them is Aspen's. We stop across the street, and she checks her phone again and puts it away.
You're not late, are you? Oh, I could have walked faster.
No, we're right on time. It'll be here any minute now.
Cool. I'll wait with you till it arrives.
Just say it, Aspen. I start to cross the road, but stop when I notice Aspen isn't following. Instead, she's still standing on the sidewalk, gripping the strap on her bag tightly.
Aspen?
I trot back to her, looking around to see if I'm missing something, but there's nothing, other than a couple people waiting far away at the station.
Are you alright?
She blinks a couple times, and then takes a deep, deep breath before facing me.
Miho, I have to tell you something.
It's been gonna confess. I'm not emotionally ready for this. The effect of her words was immediate. Thud. Thud. Like she cast a spell. My heart starts to race. Whatever she's going to say must be why she was acting so weird all afternoon. Is something bad? Is she not going to come back after all?
Yeah?
I barely managed to croak out an answer. I can't handle more heartbreak so soon.
It's something that I've been thinking about telling you for a long time. But it was one of those things where I wasn't sure how. Or when. Because I didn't know how you'd take it.
What could it even be? We just saw Juliet, so it can't be anything to do with her. Lena?
But then, after we all talked the other night, I realized that I should just say it anyway. Because no matter what, I know I would regret it more later if I didn't. Who knows how many more chances I might get? So I thought about it. A lot. What the right words were. And I just couldn't figure it out.
Get teary-eyed.
So I didn't prepare. I'm just saying this, somehow, and hoping. God, I'm actually saying this, aren't I?
Her grip on her hat shifts, clutching it so tightly her knuckles are turning white. I feel frozen in place, not sure what to do or say. All I can do is stare, my heart feeling like it's going to explode out of my chest, while she looks down at the ground. Whispering something to herself, she wrings her hats in her hands before finally looking back at me.
There's something I want you to know. Miho, I used to think that there was no way someone like you could exist. Someone who looks at the world like you do, and is honest about what you see. The good and the bad. And at the same time, someone who doesn't realize just how much she has to offer. Just how much you make people happy. But here you are. Maybe meeting you used up all my luck for the rest of my life. But here you are. And I love you. And I just couldn't keep not telling you that. In case maybe you love me too. I couldn't keep just hoping and wondering and not knowing. And now that I've said it, it feels so good to have out there. I love you, Miho. I love you. At first I wasn't sure because everything seemed too perfect and unreal. I thought that I was just letting myself get carried away like I always do. A silly little daydream, but it's true. It makes me feel silly how much already. When I think of how utterly stupid it always sounded to me when reading about love at first sight. But how could it be anything else? I don't believe in coincidence, Miho. My life was changed the moment I saw you. I just didn't know it yet. Now I do. Now we both do. I love you, Miho. It's out there, and I can't take it back.
Her words drift away into the air as we look at each other in silence. My head is TV static, buzzing with nothing to show. Not because it's empty, but because there's too much for me to process. Aspen, in love with me. Wind whips past my face as a bus rolls by, pulling into the station. I barely notice it, barely able to notice anything. Aspen is in love with me? I don't know what to say. But Aspen raises a finger to her lips.
Shh. Don't tell me. I said it now before I leave for a reason. Because I thought you might say that. Tomorrow. Whatever it is you feel, I'll hear it then.
I look at their face for some kind of how to respond. But she just gives me a smile. A weak, fragile smile. Left down, dumbfounded, I nod. Aspen is in love with me. Returning her hat to her head, Aspen sighs, like she just finished a hard day's work.
Well, that's it. All I have to say, I suppose. As if that wasn't one of the most important things I've ever said in my life. That's my bus. So, I'll see you tomorrow, Miho. And no matter what, it's okay. If we just carry on being friends like normal, I'm fine with that. More than fine. I'm just glad that I took the chance to tell you.
For how nervous she was a few minutes ago, she does seem a lot calmer now. I may as well be a statue as Aspen starts to walk past me. But then she pauses.
May I give you a goodbye hug?
Oh, please. That much I can respond to at least.
Yeah.
We wrap our arms around each other. That weird human custom. Everything may have just changed. She's still the Aspen she was when we left the library. I try to listen for what she might be saying without words as she squeezes me tight. Finally, she steps away with a smile. It might be the most genuine one I have ever seen on her face.
Bye, Miho.
Bye.
I make my way back to the library like a zombie, my feet moving without really thinking about it. Aspen's words keep replaying over and over in my head. I get them, but I can't make sense of them. There's not a sound to be heard from the empty aisles when I enter. Juliet having finished tidying up in the hour or so that's passed since I left. After a quick glance around, I head towards the stairs. When I head up to the second floor, I spot a sliver of light from underneath Juliet's bedroom door. I knock, and it opens just a moment later. Juliet greets me with a calm smile at first, but the corners of her mouth falter as she looks at my face. I don't quite know what expression I'm making right now. I don't even know what I'm feeling to begin with.
Miho? Did something happen?
Aspen said she's in love with me.
Oh, I see.
Juliet's not the type to be shocked easily. That's why I wanted to see her for advice. But she's even less surprised than I thought she would be.
Give me just a moment, and I'll meet you in my study.
I nod and head over there, opening the door. As I walk into the darkness, I'm met by several pairs of eyes. Just as startled as I am, several bats begin to flap their wings and noisily take flight, chittering overhead before most of them leave out the open window. The biggest one watches me for a bit longer before departing as well. By the time Juliet enters the study and turns on the lamp, it's just me and her.
Sorry I scared off all your bats.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'll be back before too long.
We settled down into the same seats as last time, with Juliet just behind her. Or, oops, I just read that twice. With Juliet behind her desk and me across from it.
So, Aspen.
Yeah. Aspen.
I wonder what Aspen's thinking right now. Is her head as much of a mess as mine? Probably, knowing her.
We had just gotten to the bus station when she stopped and said it. She said she waited until just before she left, so she didn't have to hear my feelings until tomorrow, when she gets home.
And what are your feelings?
Am I gonna make a choice?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't ever thought about love or someone being in love with me. I don't even really know what it means. I know the word, but how does it feel? How would I know? The other day, you talked about how much you loved Cosette, and how you didn't know much about love before then. This is a different love from that, right?
She thinks to herself a while, carefully considering her answer. I'm glad she does. At least one of us can stand back and think over this properly.
Yes and no. Of course, the bond between a parent and their child is different than that of two partners, but it comes from the same part of the heart. The part that you give away to somebody else. Love is when you care about another person so much that the feeling becomes bigger than you. When your life is more full and joyful for the presence of that person in it. I could throw out any number of cliches, but they'd be meaningless. What love means and how it feels are different for every person.
Well, certainly, she probably fits that bill for Miho.
To speak from my own experiences, love is like a flower. It starts as something tiny, but as it's nurtured and cared for, it grows. It reaches toward the sunlight and towards something better, and blooms into something beautiful. Not all flowers grow at the same rate, and not all flowers look the same. But wouldn't you agree that that's the joy of flowers, Miho?
I look up from the floor towards Juliet, who's watching me warmly.
I like flowers, but I've never grown one before.
The same can be said for everyone at some point. But as long as you're willing to give it the time and patience that it deserves, even the tiniest seed can become something wonderful.
And I love that analogy that she is putting forth, comparing it to a flower, because it's something that you don't need to continue to nurture at a certain point if you don't want to. But, I don't know, it's an excellent idea that if you want it to grow, then you nurture it. And if you find that it's already grown into, like, an entire blooming plant, well, I think that should speak for itself. Juliet must see the confusion on my face because she touches my hand gently.
You should take some time to yourself, Miho. We can talk about it later tonight, if you're ready. If you needed even more time, I'm sure Aspen would understand.
Yeah. I need to think about it. And sorry for waking you up. Or keeping you up. Whichever.
It's no trouble at all. I'm glad that you felt comfortable coming to me about this.
It was the first thing I did. Thanks, by the way. You helped me out a lot.
Of course. It's my pleasure. It's what friends are for.
Juliet returns to bed, and I go back to my room as well. I sit down on the floor, which is where I've done a lot of my best thinking lately. I lean against my bed and turn on the TV. I'm sure there are a lot of shows and movies about love, aren't there? It's difficult to imagine that concept applying to me. I do know that I care about Aspen a lot. I like being around her. I like talking to her. I look forward to seeing her when she's not there. We're friends. But could we be more than that? I spend a few hours stewing in my thoughts and not coming to any conclusions. Love feels like something that couldn't and shouldn't apply to me. And yet, here I am. Hours pass as I consider the issue from every different angle. I end up with more questions than answers. Is it something I want? Is it something I could even do? What I choose to say to Aspen doesn't just affect me, but it affects her too. No matter what, both of our lives are about to change. And no matter what, I have to make a decision. I'm sure that I'll have some doubts either way, but I can't just ignore or run away from this. So after turning it over and over in my mind, I finally make a choice. So I stand up and head downstairs. My legs feel like jelly as they carry me towards another huge moment. My hands shake, but I hold on tightly to the banister as I head down to the kitchen, where Juliet's making tea. There's a second mug set on the table, full of steaming hot chocolate.
Right on time, like always. I was just about to call for you.
I heard you get up a little while ago. I was still doing some thinking, though.
I see, I see. So, I take it that means you've made up your mind about Aspen, then?
Yeah. It wasn't easy, but I have.
Matters of the heart are rarely easy. Shall we sit?
Yeah.
I get to make a choice. We take our usual seats, the third one conspicuously empty. I take a big gulp of my hot chocolate, while Juliet takes a small sip of tea. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I lean back in my chair, take a deep breath, and nod.
I've decided.
Oh, you know me. It's in the fucking stream title. This makes me happy.
I want to try things with Aspen. I know it'll be hard, but I want to try.
I feel more sure of the words as I say them. Something about this decision feels right. I do want to try. Like Aspen said yesterday, it's out there now, and I can't take it back.
I know she's a human, and so someday it'll hurt. But I can't just always run away from things that are painful, because if it hurts, that means it was important, doesn't it?
I suppose that's one way of looking at it, yeah.
It certainly does. That's a wise way to think about it.
I know I don't know much about love, or how to be in love with someone. But I'm willing to learn, and try.
As I speak, I feel something stir in my heart. That feeling of excitement that's pushed me forward so many times before, kept me motivated in my lifelong search. Is that the feeling that could grow? I've always struggled to put a name to it. Could it be...
Trying is all anyone could ask of you, Aspen or otherwise. All you have to do is be yourself. That's who I can't tell you how happy
Oops.
I am for both of you.
That's who Aspen fell in love with, after all. As it begins to sink in, I feel a grin spreading across my face. Aspen is in love with me, and I think that maybe, just maybe, I could be in love with her too.
Thanks. I wish she was here, so I could tell her right now. Tomorrow seems so far away.
I'm certain she's thinking the same thing. Still, it is rather like her to say something so momentous and then disappear. It took quite a while for her to work up the courage to tell you.
Oh, Juliet, no. With a wink, Juliet lifts her teacup.
I wouldn't be surprised if she borrowed the idea from some book or another.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. And wait, you knew she was gonna tell me?
Not exactly. I've known for a long time that she held feelings for you. She never told me outright, but Aspen isn't particularly subtle.
I never noticed. But I guess I don't know what I would have been looking for either.
All that's important is that she was able to tell you how she felt, and you were able to accept those feelings.
And yeah, Lana, I believe there are 4 endings to this, but they are probably variants on Aspen or Juliet, is what I would have to guess. Or none. Maybe none works. Maybe there's a both option, I don't know, where you all live together happily.
Anything along the way was but a means to the same end.
Juliet's right, not just about Aspen, but about my life in general, as she herself pointed out not that long ago. I thought it had all been for nothing, pointless ever since Changmin died, without my knowing it. As if I'd reached a dead end myself. But that was just the end of a chapter in my life, not the whole story, as Aspen would say. I had thought my life as I knew it was ending, and maybe that was true. On the other hand, I feel like a new life for myself is just beginning. One that isn't so solitary and lonesome. Nearly every day, I discover something new about myself. Things I used to think impossible, at least for someone like me. Maybe I'm not so different after all. I've found a new place to belong, and someone new to start my life with. As much of it as I can. Aspen, who's seen just as many sides of me as I have of her, and who still chose to tell me she loved me, even though she'd never told anyone that before. I can't wait for her to get back, so we can find out what's next together. With nothing more to really say about it until Aspen returns, Juliet and I move on to talking about other things, like the library and recent events. I feel pleasantly warm, like I'm glowing, as we sit there and chat. That sensation carries me through the rest of the evening, and all the way to bed, where I lie for hours. Usually I'm frustrated when the chaos of my own thoughts stop me from falling asleep. But for the first time ever, excitement, rather than fear, is what keeps me awake. Instead of just waiting for the day to end, I close my eyes, looking forward to the dawn of tomorrow. Alright, morning time here. Let's go stretching for a second here. Alright. Hold on, let me drink some water. Where's my OBS? I need to mute myself. Alright. We are Gucci. Oh, also I didn't thank Axel Cross for following me. Thank you so much, and welcome to the cat carrier. I hope you enjoy your sentence. I raided them last night, so they must have followed me when I wasn't streaming. But alright. For once, my struggle to fall asleep worked out in my favor. I sleep until later than usual the next morning, meaning I don't have to wait for long for Aspen's bus to arrive. I've barely even woken up and I'm already thinking about her. Looking up at the ceiling, I can't help but smile. I wonder if she's thinking about me too. I'm too full of nervous energy to stay in bed for too long, so I hop up and get ready in a hurry. In the kitchen, I figured Juliet must have already eaten, cleaned up, and gone to bed, because I don't see any dishes or leftover food. To my surprise, she comes downstairs just a minute after I do.
Good morning.
Hey! I didn't wake you up, did I?
No, not at all. Although I was upstairs, I thought I'd wait and have breakfast with you like usual.
Oh, thanks. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I kind of fell asleep late, so I slept in too.
Understandable. I'm sure you have lots on your mind.
You can say that again.
I take my seat at the table while Juliet pokes through the fridge.
Are you hungry for anything in particular?
Not really. Maybe something light? I don't think I can finish a big meal right now.
Got too many butterflies to eat a big meal. Chuckling, Juliet retrieves a couple pieces of fruit and some cheese.
Butterflies in your tummy?
I called it.
Nah, I haven't eaten anything. I'm just nervous.
I'm sure I would be too, in your position. Although, Aspen did the difficult task of taking the first step. You have the luxury of being the one to respond.
That's true.
Juliet sets a platter with slices of apples and oranges, as well as a few blocks of cheese on the table between us, and I idly munch on some fruit.
Do you want to come wait at the station with me? I'm leaving after we're done eating.
I'll pass, but thank you. The two of you have plenty to talk about on your own, I'm sure. But I imagine I'll see you both later tonight?
They're gonna make out. And Juliet doesn't want to spoil the moment.
Definitely.
The minutes pass by agonizingly slowly, especially after Juliet goes to bed, but eventually it's late enough for me to leave. I burst up out of my seat, forcing myself not to walk too fast. As long as I'm walking, I'm doing something. If I get there too early, I have to wait, and I hate waiting. Humming to myself, I follow the same route Aspen and I took yesterday. If I wanted to, I probably could have found a faster way, or even a longer way to kill more time. It's not worth the risk of getting lost, though. The closer I get to the station, the faster my heart races. The growing anticipation, the way I can't think about anything else. It reminds me of something I haven't experienced in ages. It reminds me of days in the forest, towards the end of my time as a regular fox. The way I felt on my way to the clearing every day to see my person. Back then it was different, of course. More instinct, less thinking. But it still pushed me forward. That was love, wasn't it? In my own way, just like Juliet said. Usually something like that would stop me in my tracks, but today it just makes me smile. My good mood carries me the rest of the way to the bus station. I pause at the intersection where we stood yesterday, where Aspen said everything. This spot will be special to me forever. I already know. I hurry across to the other side. There are a handful of other people waiting, standing or leaning against the fence. I sit down on one of the empty benches, practically buzzing with anticipation. I watch the clock as it continues to tick away, until finally the scheduled minute comes and there's no bus. I sigh, disappointed but not too surprised. Since when are buses ever exactly on time anyway? Soon the bus is a couple minutes late, and then 5 minutes. And it gets harder and harder not to worry.
Good thing she left early.
I notice that I'm not alone. Some of the other people waiting are beginning to get agitated too. One other person stands on the edge of the sidewalk, peering in either direction. A couple others, who have been waiting in the boarding zone since I got here, sit down on one of the benches near me and pull out their phones. One of them taps a few times, reads something, and then groans.
Told you that I sat it right here.
Yes, I would. It takes how long?
Nope. Just said delayed due to vehicle issues.
She had better fucking get here. I'm gonna kill somebody. Dread seizes me. With a shaky hand, I tap one of the travelers on the shoulder.
Excuse me. Which bus is it that's delayed?
Ah, that'd be Route 4. You waiting for it too?
My friend's on it. I don't wish, but she was supposed to be here 10 minutes ago.
Aye. Well, probably the same one then. Bad luck, but it does happen every now and then. I hope you aren't in a hurry.
I was actually. Do you know what they'll do? What happens to people on the bus?
Don't do this to me. You're just faking me out. Don't do this to me.
Well, I imagine the city will have to send someone out, figure out what's wrong, fix it, or set in the place. I'm sure your friend will hear one or another, but it could be hours. You might want to give them a call and find out where they are. Might be quicker for them to find their own home.
I vault off the bench before he's even finished speaking, dashing back the way I came.
Hey, good luck.
I barely hear him. Of all the buses to break down, of all the days for it to happen. As I run, I can't help but think how unfair it is. For anyone else in the world, a couple-hour bus delay would be annoying, but that's it. But for me and Aspen, I don't even want to think about what it would be like if she forgot me. After getting back to the library in record time, I practically crash through the doors as I head upstairs. For the second day in a row, I knock on Juliet's bedroom door, before having to bend over to catch my breath. It's been ages since I've run that long, and it shows. Juliet answers the door quickly.
What's wrong?
Aspen's bus still isn't here. Someone at the station at one of them broke down all the way. What if it was hers?
Wordlessly, Juliet hurries to retrieve her phone, looks weirdly out of place in her hands as she navigates through several screens, slower than Aspen would. Her face turns grim after only reading for a moment.
It seems you're right.
Confirmation just tightens the knot in my chest, and I just barely manage to croak out the question.
What would we do?
How long do you have left?
2 hours. A little less.
She shouldn't be far away. I'll try calling.
Doesn't even ring, and instead goes straight to a voicemail. I look up at Juliet helplessly, trying to ignore the panic that'll overrun me if I let it.
She did say that she'd have poor reception en route. Hear me. Keep trying. Be back in a moment.
She hands me the phone and shows me how to use it before hurrying into her bedroom. I hit the button again, staring at the small contact photo of Aspen that Juliet has saved. It's a picture of Aspen at the breakfast table, smiling awkwardly. Her voicemail message starts again, so I cancel and try it again, and again, but it's the same result every time. I end the call and start another one, for what must be the 6th or 7th time.
Juliet, is that...
My thumb is on the end button out of habit, and I barely manage to stop myself from pressing it.
Aspen!
There's a loud burst of static.
You?
Aspen! It's me! Where are you?
Juliet comes back when she hears me, waiting anxiously by my side. Aspen said something again, but it's garbled by the connection.
What? I can't hear you!
King reception, let me...
Everything goes quiet. For a terrible moment, I'm afraid that the call is dropped.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Instead, I nearly drop the phone when her voice comes through again, much clearer this time.
Good. I can't move from this spot then. It's the only place I have service.
Where are you?
God, we're so close. I can literally see the city in the distance. Something's wrong with the bus. I don't know what. They said there's another one coming to pick us up, but I'm not sure when it's supposed to be here.
Transform into a fox and book it.
We only have 2 hours before.
I know. Trust me, I know. I was hoping the replacement would be here sooner, but that's not going to happen.
Aspen, you said you're close. Do you know where exactly?
I don't, no, but there's just the one road into the city, and I can see it. That's what I'll do, actually. I'll start walking towards the city, and hopefully I'll see the other bus on the way.
Will that work?
I don't know. I'm going to do it anyway.
Meet her halfway. You gotta meet her halfway. And Juliet and I look at each other. I wonder if she has the same thought I do.
Okay, I'm coming too.
What? Coming where?
Wherever you are. You said it's just one road, right? I'll meet you on it.
You'll... Okay, I understand.
I'll be there on time. I promise.
From the other end of the line comes a very clear sound of Aspen sniffling.
Okay, I'll see you soon. As soon as I start walking, I'll probably lose reception again. I'll try to call you when I can.
Okay. Okay, I'm on my way.
The line clicks dead, and I try to hand Juliet her phone back, but she shakes her head.
Hold on to it. You can bring it back to me after you find her.
I nod. There's no time to talk about anything else.
How do I get there?
Juliet pulls up a map and shows me, pointing out where the library is.
I was going to try to find a taxi. Between traffic and everything else, I'm not sure it would be faster. It's so far away though, Miho. Are you sure you'll be alright?
I will. I have to be.
I immediately make for the stairs, pausing for just a second.
Thanks.
Thank me later. Together.
I nod, and then I transform it as I bolt out the door. Foxes can't run as long as humans can, but they can run faster. As a Gummyo, maybe I could do both. Wind whips at my tails as I rush forward, channeling whatever willpower and determination I can into running. The map Juliet gave me showed me which roads to take to get out of the city, but I don't need roads. I run straight for the edge of town, dodging traffic, pedestrians, and more. Dogs bark as I race through their yards, and people shout or people gape as I dash past them without paying any attention. I don't even know how long I run for. I just know I don't stop. Even when my legs and chest start to ache, I keep going. A little pain now is nothing compared to what losing Aspen would feel like. The buildings begin to thin out, even as traffic increases, and I find myself out of Wellington. Following the road, I race towards where Aspen must be. Cars and trees fly by, replacing the buildings and street signs. There are hills and forests that I'm sure are as beautiful as everything else I've seen, but I hardly notice them at all. The longer I run, the more it starts to take its toll on me. Against my will, I can feel my speed flagging, each step just taking just a little more effort than the last. I've pushed this form to the absolute limit, and eventually it brings me to a halt. I change forms once again, gasping for air as I place my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. The run from the station to the library winded me, and this was many times harder. But I can't stop moving. I have to keep going. I have to. Lungs on fire, and with my legs feeling like lead, I make myself take another step, and then another. Mustering all my strength, I break into a jog, the fastest I can manage. I keep my gaze set on the horizon, hoping for a glimpse of her. Anything to set my heart and mind at ease. Anything. The sun begins to dip even lower, as if even the sky is reminding me that time is running out. My steps are leaden, my mind is abuzz with wordless fear and worry. First, I don't believe my eyes when I finally spot someone walking in my direction, far off in the distance. Please let it be her. A steady trot is all I can do by now, and I let even that slow to a normal walking pace. The other figure and I walk towards each other, but the sun shines in my face and obscures them from vision. Raising one hand to shield my eyes, I see a familiar hat, the glint of light on familiar glasses. I see Aspen running towards me. All I can do is stand there, overwhelmed with relief so intense that all I can do is shake. I made it. She's here.
Miho!
She approaches, she also slows, and then comes to a stop.
Miho!
I don't even know what to say. How can I respond? How can I put all the excitement, the worry, and the relief that she's made me feel in the past 24 hours into words? How do I say it? Silently, I close the distance between us. I can see her eyes searching for mine, looking for an answer to the unspoken question. Overhead, the sun dips behind a cloud, done watching us for the day, and throwing a handful of colors into the sky as it leaves. I've struggled to find words before, but this is different. Like Aspen said yesterday, not just any words will do. I stop, just an arm's length from Aspen, close enough to see the glint of tears hiding in her eyes.
I was so worried.
Her voice is barely a whisper, but I can't hear anything else. Looking up into her eyes, I'm surprised to find the answer to my own question. One that I didn't know I wanted to ask until just now. But one that requires more than words. Or maybe less. I take the last step that separates us and lean forward to kiss Aspen. The marks of human affection have always seemed so strange and foreign to me, and maybe even unappealing. As I kiss her, I think I understand. Without hesitation, Aspen's hand rises to touch my face, holding me in place, as if I'd want to leave. She moves like she was waiting for this. Maybe she was. It's unlike anything I've ever felt before. Closeness, but warmth. I place my own hand against her wrist. I think maybe I understand Aspen's fears better now, because I would also be content if this moment lasted forever. Even as we separate, Aspen's hands stay on my shoulder, keeping me close.
I see you thought about what I said.
And practically nothing else.
Pulling me into a hug, Aspen rests her face against mine.
So I wasn't the only one then.
She sighs contentedly.
There's so much more I want to say, but this is hardly the place to say it now, is it?
I'd nearly forgotten where we were, not far from the side of the road. Turning around, I look back at the city, which is starting to light up for the evening.
Oh, right. It's kind of a long way home, you know.
Aspen squeezes my hand.
I have all the time in the world.
Chapter 4. Open ending. What a fucking amazing watercolor this is. I'm not crying, you're crying. My paws carry me across wet leaves and mud. Fog has crept into the forest as stealthily as me. Glimpses of the sky are rare between the trees and the mist. The wild mountains and hills are hidden as well. Out of sight, but not mind. I run, filled by a sense of purpose. It lightens my steps and pulls me in the right direction. I'm going to see someone I care about very much, and who cares about me. Somehow, we found each other. My person. The path to follow is engraved in my body and mind, almost instinctual. A warm smile, a gentle touch, a kind word. These are the things that draw me forward. I slow down as I get closer to my destination and to the silhouette waiting for me. It's impossibly bright as I approach, my heart pounding in anticipation, like the sun has descended to greet my person too. It matches the feeling in my chest, warming my soul and fur. So bright that when my person turns around, stooping low to greet me, light is all I see. But I don't need to see, only hear. That voice, I could never forget.
Little fox.
Where is your home?
I awake with a yawn, head on my pillow, as the dream fades away. It's been a long time since I've dreamt about the forest. It used to happen a lot, especially when travels first took me out of Korea, but over time they stopped. The dreams are always the same. I'm somewhere in the woods, running to the clearing where I'd meet Tiangying. There, they greet me in the same familiar way. Something was different about it this time, though. Of course, the first thing on my mind after my dream is Aspen. I have a feeling that's how most of my mornings are gonna start from now on. My lips tingle as I recall our kiss yesterday. My first kiss ever. The first of many, I promised Aspen. Although the stressful part was over, the rest of the day was equally exhausting. By the time we got back to Aspen's bus to get her stuff, the replacement bus finally showed up and took us back to the city. From there, we dropped off Aspen's things at her apartment before going back to the library to give Juliet the good news. My legs felt like they were going to fall off, and both Aspen and I agreed to get some rest. Even the anticipation of seeing her today couldn't keep me up, and I feel well rested and excited. But as I roll into my back, I start to notice something weird. It's an itch, but in my mind. Something irritating and out of reach, and out of me. It takes a moment, but I realize that it's my bead. I know it the same way that I knew how to run and hunt and dig. Tugging at the baubles around my neck, there's an obvious change. Of all the beads on my necklace, only one is special. Most are just pretty things I collected and stuck on there. Only one has been there with me from the moment I became a Gumiho. Became me. Since then, it stayed exactly the same. No matter how many times I throw or drop or lose it, the necklace comes back to me with the bead unharmed. Not a single scratch, or chip, or blemish. Until today. Instead of the normal pale white, it started to shine. It's barely brighter than usual, but I notice in an instant. In fact, it's almost if. I hold up my necklace to be sure.
It's glowing.
Just barely, but it is. I rub my thumb over the familiar surface, but it doesn't feel any different on the outside. I'm not sure what it means, but it has to be related to yesterday. There's no other way it could pick today of all days to change. Maybe Aspen was onto something when she said there's no such thing as coincidence. Either way, it's magic, and magic I can't control. My bead has always been a part of me, but it's something I can only partially understand. And in that wordless animal way I described to Aspen. When the time comes, whatever it is that's coming, I just have to trust that I'll know what to do. Right now, it doesn't matter, because something much more important is about to happen and sooner. Aspen will be here. She's probably here already, so I need to get ready. Going through my quick morning routine, I feel more energized than ever. For once, I'm not nervous, just excited. As soon as I open my bedroom door, I can hear a familiar murmur of conversation in the kitchen. Even the short walk downstairs is enough to let my heart race. I assume Juliet's in the kitchen when I get there, but I only have eyes for Aspen. She looks over from her seat at the table, and the instant she sees me, her face lights up. It nearly stops me in my tracks. I've seen Aspen smile 1,000 times by now, but never like this. Never for me, and me alone. I can't help but do the same.
Good morning, Miho.
Morning.
It's our usual greeting, but it feels brand new. I wonder if all the little things will.
Did you sleep well, Miho?
Like a rock.
I pull my chair closer to Aspen's than usual as I take my seat and fill my plate.
We were just talking about how tired you must be. I wouldn't have been surprised if you slept until the afternoon.
No way. Then I wouldn't get to see you at breakfast.
Flustered, Aspen doesn't seem to know how to respond. Now that I know the feeling she was hiding, a lot of the other times where that's happened make way more sense. I giggle as she looks torn between being pleased and embarrassed. It's whenever Lana in chat does a bottom speak.
That would be quite a shame, yes. But understandable after you ran across half of Wellington yesterday.
Was it really? It didn't feel like it. But maybe that's why I'm so hungry.
Feel free to help yourself to what's left. Aspen and I have already eaten.
We wanted to wait, but...
It's fine. I don't mind.
Around now is usually when Aspen would start to leave for work, but it's Juliet who stands up first.
I must say, I'm rather sleepy myself. Would either of you mind if I retire a bit early today?
Yo, wingman over here.
Nope. Aspen and I can clean up, right?
Oh, yes, right, that... I mean, not at all.
I'll wish you both good night then.
Good night.
Bye.
We both watch as Juliet departs before turning face to face with each other. Oh, turning to face each other. As soon as our eyes meet, Aspen looks away again, blushing but laughing.
What is it? What's funny?
Nothing's funny. It's just... It's hard to believe. I mean, us? You and me? You can't imagine how many times I've sat at this table wishing we were like this. Together.
Oh.
That warm, fuzzy feeling from before takes over my face. The one that goes without the realization of how special I am to her. How, out of everyone in the world, I am the one she feels this way about.
And now...
Here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
Everything is the same, but everything is different now, too. It's just as confusing as it is exciting. Now that I'm here alone with her, I'm not sure how to act. Aspen, fiddling with her ribbon, seems like she's waiting for me to go first. Problem is, I'm not sure what to say. I'm not sure how I should talk to her differently now, or if I even should, or anything really. With just the two of us, I'm suddenly super aware of how out of depth I am. But I can't let the silence stretch on too long. I have to say something.
So hey!
I think...
Both of us start and stop talking at the same time. I pause, waiting for her to keep going. And she does the same thing for me. We both laugh together a moment later, and somehow that breaks the ice. It feels like a reassurance before I can even ask for one.
You go.
No, you first.
If that's what it takes.
I was going to say that... You know, I don't really know much about this whole dating thing. So if there's...
It's the both bottoms thing, you know? You're doing the same thing, or are you thinking the same thing that I am? Aspen shakes her head and puts a finger to my lips to shush me.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Miho. It's all so new to me as well.
She removes her hand, looking at it as if she just now realized what she did. Not that I mind.
So, perhaps we can figure it out together.
Together.
I try out the word for myself. Aspen and me. Together.
Yeah, I like that. We can both just do what feels right.
I like the sound of that too.
Aspen's sleeve rustles as she takes my hand, her fingers gently intertwining with mine. It's cool to the touch.
That feels right.
Her soft actions make me feel braver.
So does this.
I lean forward and kiss her, just for a moment, because a moment may as well be an hour. I'm not sure it'd ever be enough.
I'd say we're off to a good start.
Me too.
Just being near each other already feels more meaningful and exciting. This is just beginning. I can't wait to see where things go from here. Of course, I'll have to wait a little bit longer. With her free hand, Aspen checks her phone, and I see her frown in response.
Time to go?
Unfortunately.
She stands up and I with her, still linked by our hands. It feels almost unfair that daily life, with all its obligations, still matters right now. Aspen hasn't even left yet, but I'm already waiting for her to come back.
I wish I could stay here with you longer though.
Me too. Maybe I'll just come buy a bunch of drinks at the Bell House, so I can talk to you at the counter.
Perfect. I can tell my boss I was just engaging with the customers, like she wants us to.
Both of us laugh again, and Aspen steps forward to lay her head on my shoulder. I lean my head against hers, surprised by how soft her hair is against my cheek.
I really will be thinking of you all day, counting down the hours.
Same. I couldn't think about anything else, even if I wanted to.
Normally, I'd think twice about saying something so embarrassing, but it actually feels pretty good. We walk together to the front door, taking as long as possible.
See you soon.
Not soon enough.
I stand in the doorway as Aspen slowly walks backwards, holding onto my hand until the very end. She looks into my eyes.
I love you, Miho.
The tips of her fingers linger against mine, and where they touch, it feels electric. I think the sproutling that Juliet used to describe love, and the way it grows. Maybe that word means different things to Aspen and me right now. But I know without a doubt that I want to learn all of them. I want to take the chance with her. I want to try.
I love you too.
And I mean it. We stay like that for just a little longer, not needing to say anything else. Then finally, Aspen turns around and begins to walk down the hill, taking my heart with her. Just like Aspen, I end up counting down the hours until her shift will be over. Too impatient to make it to the end, I leave early and reach the Bell House around the time that they'll be closing for the night. It's not dark out yet, but even at this distance, the inside of the Bell House looks warm and inviting. As I pass by the front window on my way to the door, I spot Aspen, who doesn't notice me. She's helping one of her co-workers stack the chairs up on the tables, and when they finish with that, she goes to organize the sweetener section. While she's doing that, a different co-worker comes over and shows her 2 different loaves of bread. She thinks for a moment before pointing at one. In the time it takes for the other staff to complete the task, Aspen finishes 3. Even with people coming up to ask her questions, too. Of course, I have no idea what they're talking about, but even from here, on the outside of the store, I can see why they want her to run the new Bell House. Leaning against the wall of the cafe, I wait. Most of Aspen's co-workers leave before she does, and it's several minutes before she finally walks out the door at a brisk pace, going right past me.
Aspen!
Spinning around, she quickly goes from surprise to smiling.
Miho! I was just thinking about you. Although that's been true all day.
I got tired of waiting for you at the library, so I decided to come down here so I could see you even sooner.
That earns me a hug and a kiss on the cheek.
I love you. Have I mentioned that?
Once or twice, but I don't think I'll get tired of hearing it.
Good, because I don't get tired of saying it.
Aspen links her arm with mine, snuggling against my shoulder. Normally, when someone gets so close to me or touches me, my first instinct is to jump away. But not with Aspen. It's only the first day, but I've surprised myself with just how much I'm enjoying being Aspen's girlfriend. If she hadn't told me her feelings, I probably never would have realized on my own. But once I opened myself up to the idea, I realized that almost all of my favorite memories are with Aspirin. Did I just say aspirin? When I'm with her, I just have fun. Being around her cheers me up, even if I was in a good mood to begin with. I wonder if it's the same for her. I hope so, since just being myself has always seemed to make her laugh and smile. I never would have imagined that I'd be able to do that to somebody, that they could feel that way about me, or that I could feel it too. I've never been glad to be so wrong.
So, what do you want to do now?
Well, I need to go home to change and take care of the cats. Would you like to come over? I can make us dinner later too, if you haven't eaten yet.
Man, I'm getting so hungry.
Sure! Even if I had, I'd make room for that.
It's settled then, shall we?
I like how I lower my voice to talk under them whenever I do an aside. I just realized that. Arm in arm, Aspen proudly leads the way to her apartment. The moment she starts to unlock the door, the sounds of meowing and scratching claws from the other side start up.
They're excited to see you too, huh?
Excited to be fed, more like. Scooch, boys.
The cats run around underfoot as Aspen steps inside, with me following behind. As soon as they notice me, the meowing stops and they both scurry away.
Aw, how rude.
You'd better get used to Miho, you two. You're going to be seeing her around a lot more.
Aspen puts her hands on her hips and talks sternly to the sulking cats. They both meow in frustrated response until Aspen sighs.
Yes, yes, now let's get you fed.
She grabs a jug of cat food from on top of the fridge, the rattling sound making the cats brave enough to run past me and go harass Aspen some more.
Go ahead and make yourself at home, Miho. I'm going to take care of them and then freshen up, so I'll be a minute.
Okay, take your time.
I sit down on the edge of Aspen's bed, doing my best not to disrupt the neatly made sheets. Aspen sets bowls of cat food on the floor near the door, and the cats position themselves so they can watch me while they eat. Rolling her eyes, Aspen steps over to them towards the restroom.
So dramatic. I wonder who they get that from. Anyway, be right back.
It isn't long before the sound of the running shower starts. I look around the apartment, paying closer attention than the last time I was here. Picturing the Raiden and Yang and Fox. Oh my god. It's a beautiful thought. Because it's so small, it feels like there's something of Aspen's personality in every corner, from the glittering lights strung across the ceiling to the stuffed animals on the bed beside me. Behind me. Except Aspen's right. I don't know if I would call Aspen similar to Raiden. Also, what I was saying earlier about Life is Strange and the personality in every bit of the room. I recognize some of the books on the shelves from the desk on the shelves and the desk from the library. I'm sure there's a story behind each and every decoration. I'll probably hear more about a few of them eventually. After the cats finish eating, they sulk into their room and sit down across from me, glaring. I wonder if something about my ears and tail makes them mad.
Guess what?
I transform into a fox right in front of them, spreading my tails out like a fan. I don't growl or anything, but I lock eyes with each cat in turn. Immediately, they both yowl and run for the bed, tripping over each other as they rush to hide, fur puffing out like clouds. I cackle to myself as I change back and sit down again. Cats are always fun to tease, so some opportunities are just too good to pass up. Before long, Aspen comes out, looking refreshed. She surveys the room just like I did.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I guess there's not a whole lot to do here, is there?
It's fine. Wasn't that long. I was just being nosy and admiring all your stuff.
And scaring the cats.
Be as nosy as you'd like. I'm going to start on dinner.
Okay. Let me know if you need any help.
Thanks, but just the company is enough. It won't be anything very fancy. I'm much better at making drinks than food.
Don't you make food at the Bell House too?
Not really. We have bakers who come in earlier than I do to prepare most of it. I just have to heat things up and serve them.
Has she seen Fox form? I don't know. Because she usually transforms back before they actually have a conversation with one another. But I think it would be really cute to, you know, have her transform and then like sit on Aspen's lap and get pets.
Unlike our beverages, which I make from scratch. Speaking of which, would you like some coffee or hot cocoa? I'll be making some for myself.
Sure. I'll have whatever you have.
That's easy enough. Now let's see.
Aspen moves around the tiny cooking area, calling it a kitchen, be a stretch, with the same kind of graceful confidence that I've seen her use when working at the Bell House. I guess some of the tasks are the same. She starts to fill a pitcher with water from the sink with scooping coffee grounds into a machine at the same time. When the pitcher's ready, she swaps it out with another pot, this one for cooking. That fills up while she finishes getting the coffee set up and brewing. Then she starts pulling the ingredients out from a few cabinets that line the cooking area.
What are you gonna make?
I'm not really sure what it's called. It's a dish Mum used to make. It was one of the first things I learned how to cook, because it's always reminded me of home. And it's easy to make. Is there anything like that for you? A meal that tastes like home?
Give me that bibimbap.
Nah, not really. Julie asked me that before too. I don't know if I ever had a full meal while I was in Korea, since I just stole what I needed to survive.
Oh, right. I should have remembered that you...
Aspen bites her lip, looking unsure of how to phrase whatever she was going to say.
Lived like that? It's fine. I don't mind talking about it. Especially not with you.
If you're sure, I don't want to bring up anything that's difficult for you to talk about.
Don't worry. You won't. There's nothing like that, honestly. Most of it just blurred together over time, so be as nosy as you want.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
The pile of ingredients Aspen stacks up has pasta, a few different kinds of vegetables, and a few different cans.
Would you mind giving me a hand, actually? Do you think you could chop up these vegetables for me?
I had some lasagna earlier.
Sure! Just show me how.
Aspen demonstrates how to hold the knife and then, covering my hand with hers, guides me through the motion to cut the veggies.
Don't worry too much about making them all the same size. Close enough is fine.
That's good. Because I think same size might be impossible.
In the time it takes me to chop up the couple zucchini and onions, Aspen takes care of everything else. Oh my god, my voice.
Are these ready?
As they'll ever be.
I pass the cutting board to Aspen, being careful not to spill. In the end, most of the chunks don't even turn out to be the same shape, much less size, but Aspen tosses them into a hot pan anyway, and before long a delicious aroma fills the room.
That smells amazing.
Hopefully it'll taste good too.
I don't have any doubts myself, but I don't think Aspen will be satisfied until the dish is done, since she seems focused on watching the sautéing veggies and boiling pasta. I don't talk, so I don't distract her. A few minutes later, Aspen combines everything into one pan, mixing it all together with a wooden spoon. She dishes out a couple spoonfuls onto a pair of plastic plates and hands me one, along with a fork.
Well, bon appetit. I wish there was a table we could sit at. I usually just eat at my desk.
Gulp down
You
some
can have
water
that
real
spot,
quick.
and I'll take the bed.
Yeah, my model's gonna freak out while I gulp down some water.
That's fine. I can sit on the floor.
The floor?
Yeah, it's where I watch TV in my room too.
You just sit together on the bed. It's just that easy.
I'll join you then.
We both settle on the ground, setting our plates on our laps. Noticing something, Aspen leans up to the side.
Percy? Byron? What are you two doing back there?
I lean over to peek under the bed too. 4 angry green eyes stare at me from the farthest, darkest corner. Feigning innocence, I sit back up.
Huh. Wonder what their problem is.
I guess they're just not used to having company. It's been a long time since they've met anyone aside from you and Juliet.
That must be it.
I don't mention that I may have something to do with it too, but hey, the cat started it. Grabbing my fork, I turn my attention back to dinner. I try to make sure to get a little bit of everything in my first bite. It's still hot off the stove, so I have to blow on it to cool it off. Aspen watches anxiously as I chew, waiting to start her own meal.
Well, how is it?
Whoa. This?
No, I need to find a better way to describe it than usual.
It's delicious.
Really? Oh, I'm glad you think so.
Really, really.
The food itself is good, but it tastes even better knowing that Aspen made it. Yeah, Lana, so make those scones. I scarf down my whole plate and then get up for seconds. After cleaning my plate the second time, I finally set it aside, along with my fork.
Did you have enough? There's still more if you want.
I'm good. Thanks, though. That was seriously great. Thanks for making it.
I'm just happy to hear you enjoyed it. It's been ages since I've cooked for anyone other than myself.
It's one of the best meals I've ever had.
That just means you need to have more good meals. There are lots of restaurants here in Welly that I've wanted
Welly.
to try, but didn't want to go alone. Maybe we can visit some of those together.
Sure. I'm not sure if I'd like any of them as much as this, though.
Laughing, Aspen puts her plate aside and scoots closer to me, laying her head on my shoulder again. Her hand finds mine on the floor, and she loosely wraps her fingers around mine.
I keep thinking I'm getting used to you flattering me, but I still love it every time.
It's true. I'm just saying what I think.
I know. That's one of the things I love about you. One of many, many things. I've never felt anything but ordinary, as much as I'd like to, and as much as I'd like to pretend I wasn't. But you really do make me feel otherwise. I'm so happy I met you, Miho. I hope you don't get tired of hearing that.
Never.
Alright, I'm going to go ahead and where's the sort of quick save menu? I'm gonna go ahead and save it here. I don't know how much longer this is actually going to go on for. I feel like it only might be a couple more hours before we finish at least one ending of the game, if I had to guess. Like, okay, based on the achievements, or at least as a 5th chapter. So it'll probably constitute another stream. So I'm going to leave that there for now. We're gonna probably pick up Valhalla, Cyberpunk Bartender tomorrow. And I am assuming there's only gonna be 5 chapters of this. Like, I'd like to be wrong, and I'd like there to be more, but I'm thinking that this isn't gonna be like more than another 5 or 6 hours of gameplay. So I'm gonna leave you there for now and find somebody for us to raid. Actually, I think you can...
Already? Okay, let me grab my keys.
Yeah, we can already see I'm at 38% completion. So that does include every ending and every dialogue choice possible in this. And it's 38%. So, I'm gonna find us someone to raid real quick. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't followed already, please do. Let's see who's online right now. Looks like Sabishi's online. Axel's online. Ishnai's online. Do we wanna raid the pink cat that we talked to last night? That would be a little bit of fun. They were a very nice person to talk to. Very active streamer, very well prepared for their stream. So I'd love to support them in that journey. Let's see. So I'm gonna toss you guys. Yeah, you think that one playthrough is gonna be like 40 or 50%? Well, it's gonna be more than 40%. But it'll probably be like 50%, if not more, if I had to guess. Because there's also, of course, the potential for Juliet and things, and I could turn Aspen down as well, and maybe go with none of them. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna send you over to the pink cat over here. Is she doing extreme right now? Is this... I think this might be Hades extreme. You don't see it being more than 50? I think it'll be like 50 or 60%. There's another chapter. So I'm gonna send you over to her for now. And thank you guys so much for watching me today. I will see you all probably tomorrow. Thank you.